Welcome to another episode of the LANCESCURV show. And backed by popular demand, Queen Nefertiti is here. Yes, our Freetown, Mr. Haru, we are ready. She has a lot to share, and we just love the way she talks. She brings that real stuff that's undeniable. Let me tell you something. She has so much credibility, she can walk into a bank where they don't even know her with no ID and they'll cash the check. Isn't that true, Queen Nefertiti?
Yes.
I know it. I know it. I know it. How are you doing this evening? And like I said, we had not a mishap, but I was all amped and it was almost 7 o'clock and realized and forgot that we are on different coasts. So it was
You're not by yourself though. I go through the same thing. I'm like, wait a minute, we're Pacific and they're what?
The internet is messing us up. Two things with this technology, right? Area codes and time zones, right? Because now we can talk in live time and not have to worry about, well, you got to receive that phone call after 12 midnight because it's long distance and it's cheaper at night. And then when we have our cell phones, we can move around with the number. So if somebody says, well, my area code is 718 or 212, New York area codes, they can be in Tuscaloosa. They can be in Wisconsin.
I know.
There's no
indication.
So true. Exactly. And the thing is, it's a giveaway when there's somewhere else of where they came from. So, we got to get, it's kind of strange for me when I look around and my phone died out and I have no charge and I say, well, maybe I can find a public phone. This is not 1980. This is 40 years later and I'm in a time warp. So it's a bit strange sometimes. So I have to really depend on my memory and work it. And like you said, keep some notes. That being said,
you got to keep our focus because even because I know you yourself, you meditate. And that was one of the hardest things to embark on for me years ago, because when you have, you're working, you got your children, you got school, you got the whole thing, the whole 9 yards going on. And then someone tells you your mind's too busy. You have these attacks, these anxiety attacks or what have you. So you need to quiet your mind. Yes. Okay. They tell you, meditate. But my thing is, okay, how do you do it? That was a question for me. So I actually, I had to learn how to do it, because a lot of people tell you I wanted to learn how to use a Tibetan bowl, so I did. I learned how to do it. If I have a question, I look for the answer and I get it.
Beautiful.
I'm tenacious.
And you're going to have a very strong, very clear, focused mind for a very long time. Trust me.
I hope and pray. Well, my mother do, and she's 84 this year.
See that?
So, yeah, and sharp as a whip. So you can't tell her nothing either.
And it's in your genes. It's in your genes, so you come from good stock. You know what I mean?
Yes.
This is what I say, and I give this as a, and it's not always the case, but when younger guys say, well, man, how do you get a good woman? Well, you still have to check that lady out, right? But just like you have to get checked out, not just on a surface level or just, we fell in love after 2 weeks and we got married. No, you got to know that person. But one thing you got to do, you better go home and check out that mama.
That's right.
If you can.
My sons are learning that now. And they used to think, you just old fashioned. I'm not old fashioned, but I know the consequences if you really don't link up with the right person and you bring children in the equation.
Yes.
And they should know, for a living, for a long time, I work with families. So I kind of know what I'm talking about. So, but at the end of the day, it's good to be focused, driven, but be humble. And I find that works and go a long ways.
Wow. Great advice.
It goes a long ways. Yeah. So, and it has helped me in my journey.
To the younger folks out here, take note of that. Queen Nefertiti has spoken. Trust me.
Believe it or not, a lot of my associates are younger people.
Well, see, you're a gift to them. They better be glad they have you in their life. 'Cause let me tell you
And
something.
I have to remind them I can't keep up with you guys. You know, I'm not into that, hanging out stuff too much.
You sneeze wisdom. You sneeze wisdom. And when you sneeze in their presence, they better not say bless you. You know what they better say? Thank you. Because you sneeze wisdom. Every time you sneeze, it gets smarter.
Yeah. Yes, I help them out a lot. If you don't know how to cook, I help you with that. If you know how to be a mom, I help you do that too. So I think that's probably the draw, because I take the time out, and I've been a very patient person. I'm still patient, And I mean, don't get it wrong. Sometimes, don't get it twisted. Sometimes I would like to break loose from that, but I feel it's a call of duty. And I always say somebody has to do it or feel compelled to do it.
Yes.
And I used to wonder why you are afraid of your own child. That doesn't make sense to me. What's really going on here? And so that's when I can't help myself. I go into an investigation mode in a nice way. They don't know I'm prying, for those who, if anybody recognize my voice, that's what I do. Yeah.
Right.
But I help them work through the problem.
Beautiful.
Yeah. So.
Well, let's. I'm really looking to hear what you have to say with the social constructs and how we must chip away at them. Because we spoke a little earlier before we got on, and we were speaking about how, even because you were going to speak on relationships, but next time you're going to have to speak about that. But you had said basically
I'm going to kind of wove that in there a little bit.
Right. Give a little
and then
tease.
Next time we can we can always pick it up.
Yeah. Because we don't realize how messed up we really are. I don't mean like I'm
we are messed up. We are messed up.
From all this treatment and stuff, and then to even have to think about a relationship. You know what I mean?
Right.
I mean, we just So anyway, listen, let's start. Where do you want to start?
Okay.
It's in your soul. I can't tell you what to say. I wouldn't want to tell you what to say, and I couldn't even tell you what to say. I just want to hear what's inside of you, your perspective, and let's roll.
All right, let's go. Let's go. Okay, guys. I want to first of all thank you for listening in, and my hope is that you walk away with something. If for me personally, to stay refreshed, renew, and focus, I kind of always take notes, and so this way, if I have to put things down and go, I can always go back to it. Mm-hmm. Something, especially if I can use it. Okay, so that's one way to start researching anything. Have a question, formulate that question, and then go about your business trying to find out how to get that answer. And also use several perspectives, because there's many. But the one that you go with, and what I would go with, is one that speaks to me personally. So the topic tonight is social construct and how we need to chip away at it. Now, I'm going to add a little caution to that. It's the way you go about things that give you that end result or that outcome. And outcome, as we know, can be negative or positive. In other cases, we know it has been deadly for others. So we don't walk in fear, but we do walk by sight. So I just want to throw that out there. So if any extra ears listening, I'm not saying let's overthrow the government and all that. Maybe not, or maybe. Anyways, moving right along. When we talk about social constructs, we're looking at society and systems, because these are the tools used to control the masses. When we look at how Washington, D.C. itself is structured, you notice they got the obelisk, and then they have the landscape set up like Egypt. And Anthony Brower is the one that brought that to my attention, which I never even paid attention to myself until I started following him a few years ago. And So when we look at that, we want to look at the purpose of why they want to set up like that. You have, first of all, at the top of the pyramid, it's going to be who? The Europeans. Who's at the bottom? Us, melanated people. Because in between is folks who come from, I don't know how to say that word, but from what I've learned and heard, that they're made up pretty much because of the intermingling with, our culture with the Europeans. And there's 5 people who are naturally of this planet. So all the intermingling came up with all these other groups of people. Because if you look at the way the world was 2,000 or more years ago, it was black, and we didn't engage these people until they're a young group. They're like 600 or so years old. So there's a lot of information missing for us. So now what we have to do is get that information and use it for our purpose. So now when we're looking at, we have to look at the constructs. And the reason I say that, you can't chip away at it until you know the weaknesses. I'll put it that way. So when you look at the church and government, they try to fool us and say, oh, there's no relationship between church and state, which that's just nonsense. It's a flat out lie. All we have to look at the Roman Empire. I mean, the church was leading the way, correct? And they were collecting taxes, okay, and penalizing people, the church. So we can't say that there was never a inverse relationship. There was, okay? And collectively together, they became the authors of slavery together. Just looking at the situation with Floyd and Brooks, we're focusing too much on the cops. My theory is the body is as sick as the head. So if we have the government at the top, then where do you think these ideologies coming from? In order for the foot soldiers to implement on the behalf of the ruler, if you want to look at it that way, okay? They get their orders, They get the orders just like any house. It's a trickle-down effect. So now when we're talking about, let's focus on the church for a minute. Socialization, what does the church do? It influences what? Behaviors, norms. It normalizes things. So that's why slavery was able to exist for so long. And we can't say that these issues just started today. This is a decade-old problem. Now, flipping over to the government, they're driven by the economy. If you know anything about America, it's built on corporations. It's a corporation. So what's more important to them, people or businesses, banks, money? What comes along with that? When you look at institutions, what are these institutions? Is marriage an institution? Do you need a contract for that? Yes. Check that off. Do you need a contract for your birth? Yes, you do. Do you need a contract for property? Yes, we do. Right? So under property, where you think slavery comes in? Part of stock, cattle, what have you. That's how they seen us. Okay, not as human beings. And then the other thing, that's a big thing that, of course, when they came over with their lovely missionary people to trick us to get the land away from up under us. these are the most important part of corporate America. So in all this and saying all this, working together, we can see now how the forces came together, and the church, I have to give it to you, as one of the co-authors, because you use obedience as a tool to force compliancy from Black people, slaves. And you gave them, you didn't give us an outlet. You gave us this mumbo jumbo about being saved and going to heaven and all these goody things that's supposed to come. But when does it come? After death. Death. How come we were not given the option to live? Why everything has to come after death? That doesn't make sense. Because which of them died and came back and told you how glorious it was? The place of milk and honey. You know, these are stories, my brothers and sisters, stories that we have bought into. And that's the sad thing, because a lot of us still believe in these stories, no matter what religion we call ourselves. Those are labels. And that's one thing they're good about, is labeling. And we do that very well. We label each other. So now going back to the U.S. side, what tools and measurements that they use to control the masses? Well, number one is going to be the race. But more than that, attitude. They use attitude. They use behavior. And this is how they measure our worth. That's why when you get encountered by a cop and you know more than he does, because, you know, I had a law teacher that said that to be a cop, you don't need brains. That was kind of mean, but I don't know, maybe he was right. So therefore, when you giving them a constitutional argument why they can't do this, that they're not following procedures, what have you, they come at you, okay, calm down. And they try to make us think that there's something wrong with us when we're showing or displaying a sense of saying something. I mean, I used to tell little kindergartens, if Sam is pulling your hair, you tell Sam, stop it. You know, I don't like it when you pull my hair. So you mean to tell me as an adult man, and particularly, you don't have the right to say, no, I'm not stepping out of my car. No, you're not searching my car. You don't have a warrant. And then he gets frustrated. And then what he does, pull out a gun. That doesn't make any sense. All right. So being socialized as Black is damaging and has been damaging to us. Why? Because it builds fear in us. We denigrate ourselves and others. It divides us as a people. Because there was a time when there was poor Blacks, middle class Blacks, more well-to-do Blacks living in the same community, and I can't recall such division like we have today. The family itself is warped and divided. So, and what is the saying? A house, for those who know the Bible, a house divided can't stand. So pretty much that's what has happened to us. We're divided. How does this play out? well, a corporation realized propaganda worked back in the time of Hitler to start that war with Germany. The same propaganda has been working in America to for the mistreatment of Black people in this country. They use the same tools. Ain't nothing changed. Media, entertainment, music. They use the same things. They show images. They give sublime messages. And a lot of us kind of look over that and think, oh, it's funny. I guess I was a strange person my whole life because I didn't think any of that was funny, even as a young person. Because then I have to question, why do you say that? Why do you use the words like coon? I even noticed in a Daffy Duck movie, a lot of you won't relate to that if you under 50, I would say, because I'm talking about the older Daffy Duck movies, and I listen very closely, and they were saying negative messages in those cartoons. There was one when Donald Duck said the N-word, nigger, and I never heard it back then when I was younger. But then as I got older, I'm like, wait a minute, that sounds like he's saying, nigger. And he was. So, I mean, if you can find those videos, go back, check them out. You'll see. It's in there. So now we want to look at how this oppressed treatment of Black people in this country, what has it done to us? Well, when you think about mental health, it wasn't first readily available for us. It was created for them. And God knows they needed it too. When you look at social and psychopathic behavior, schizophrenic, and all that kind of stuff, yeah, they're more prone to it. However, a lot of us are oppressed, and that is a mental behavior. That's a breakdown of your psyche. Just take a minute, think about that. How does it manifest itself? Eating disorders. We eat to kill ourselves. The point I'm going to make right now is fried, greasy foods. We take in a large consumption of meats, very unhealthy foods, snacks, sugary treats, everything. And people, we eat to console ourselves. We find comfort in food and those things, and it helps us. The other thing, it's not helping us, but what I'm saying, it helps us to forget something, a problem, an issue right now. The other thing it leads to is subculture behavior, and that's where the gang violence come in. And what have the government helped us? How did they help us with that to infest our neighborhoods and our communities, to divide us even more? Well, they still are around. We call them liquor stores. And I never could understand, the church is here and the liquor store is right there on the corner. And then you have to pretend, you're going home, change clothes, whatever, and sneak back out to go to the liquor store. Okay, moving right along. The influx of drugs pumped into our neighborhoods. It's funny because I watch like Queen of the South. I watch, what's that? It's another one that I was watching before the Queen of the South, but it's on Netflix. And you see the, I think it's Ozark. I think that's the name of it. But you see, I mean, they telling you how these things manifest itself and how it impacted us as a community. But they focus more on and those are the white part of it, white people, and how they control the drugs, and how they're behind the scenes. They didn't focus so much on the foot traffic, like the gang members and things like that. They had like some scenes when they would get too greedy and take the money or take more drugs and what have you and hide it, and then they come in, and then of course they have another group come in and deal with them, and showing the murders and of those things, but no one really, like, I think there was one brother they had in the Ozark who posed as a real estate, high-end real estate company, and he actually was undercover. But I want to give it away just in case you want to look at it. Check it out. Check it out, though. Very interesting. But then we have the influx of the drugs, and then the vaccinations. They have you vaccinating your babies at a very early age against syphilis and things of that nature. When I can't think of the doctor right offhand right now. The question he posed, he said, why would you want to, have children taking booster shots for syphilis and things of that nature? It's not like they're at an age where they're going to be out there having sex or anything, So, so these are the things that we never question. We just trust them, the doctors, we trust our pastors, we just trust everybody and blindly just go along to get along. Okay? Leading to nothing but poor injustice. And then they throw us a bone to get us sidetracked. So just like what they're doing right now. Yeah, they charge Chevy's or whatever's the name, and then the other cops in the Brooks case, But I won't believe into their charge. And then not even then, because you got to have a sacrificial lamb if you want to change the narrative and get people focused now on election. So we got to clean it up now. And not only that, it's very embarrassing right now for the United States because it's global. These incidents, and it's magnifying glass right now. And you have now get this, you have African leaders talking about filing a charges against the United States for human rights violations. So my thing is, I got a problem with that. Where are our leaders? How come we're not talking about that? Okay, because I personally would like to see that happen. It needs to happen because that's how you start chipping away. That's part of it. So we need to start contacting our state officials and get enough people signatures to say what changes we need, because just Trump signing the reform document for change for chokeholds. I mean, but now if the officers feel threatened, it's permissible. So that doesn't sound, and it doesn't sit right with me. I don't know about anybody else, you guys, but no. That needs to be taken off the table, because if you can get him on his stomach and you're choking him, then he's not a threat. That doesn't make sense. There's common sense. But anyways. So we number one, we need to change the language. We need to start chipping away. We need to start changing the language. Education is the key. We got to start educating ourselves about who we are and pass it down to our children, because our history was lost. It was taken and copied. And we're living in his story. History, his story. It's not ours. It's not our story. It's their story. And if you things that you can start incorporating in your life right now today is start getting books, that'll help you with that. When the World Was Black. What was Black people doing before slavery? So we have to do this, and if you don't want to do that, I believe there's some audio on YouTube that you can put those titles in and get some information as well. And they'll talk about it and take some notes, and a lot of people is not as long-winded as I am. And I'm pretty sure a lot of guests that's been on Lance's show, but we need to do this. If we really want change, we really have to buckle down and do these things for ourselves. The second thing I would recommend is that we have to change our spending habits. All of us. And what I mean by that, we need to stop investing in our slave masters, now our former slave masters' children businesses. Okay, so a lot of them lost their businesses because of the protests and the burning down. Some of them actually were planned so they can get the insurance money. So that's something else. But nonetheless, we need to find Black-owned companies or create your own. Right now is a perfect time to create your own. Start small, baby steps, and you'll get there. But it's not going to be good enough for us just to sweep this under the rug because a couple cops get charged. It's not going to help us because it'll happen again. Because the whole plan is to get us dumbed down again, and it's too many of us. So that means enough of us need to die. They're saying a lot of us are being affected by COVID and dying, but because I'm on social media a lot, I don't see a lot of people chiming in. There is some, but not as many as they're saying. I personally, I'm not blind. I wear glasses sometimes. I see a lot of white people on social media talking about, their mother or father or someone, a whole family at one time wiped out from it. So I'm not saying it's not out there, but I am saying I don't believe that it's impacting us as they want us to believe. Every time there's a crisis, some illness, they want to put it on Black people. And I'm so thankful that our African family have stopped allowing them to go over there and test vaccines on them, because there's a Dr. Rashad, I think it's his name, but there's a doctor on YouTube. He's making a lot of noises, and he's saying that in the vaccine, in the testing, in the testing is the virus. And so they want to put it in you. So then when they test you, then they can say, oh, you got COVID. So it's just a lot of underhanded crap that's going on. And we got to be aware of it. We cannot be naive any longer. So the other thing we need is to put our money in Black banks. There are Black institution banks that we can start banking there. And another thing that I think is so vital, we must join the Pan-African movement. We need to build relationships with the motherland. We really do. Because we in America, we won't be able to do it by ourselves. If all the leaders, any leaders are listening to me, they know this is a mountain that is very difficult to climb, because as a people in America, we are so still divided. Our young people are waking up, and we can applaud them, but there's still a lot of sentiments with the older who refuse to turn away, and and they still want to believe in something, some Jesus coming for them or what have you. I personally, I let you know, I can't entertain that nonsense, and not to slight anyone else. I mean, you believe in what you want to believe in, but personally, I believe in the Creator. And I don't think he has time, or he. First of all, he's not a person. He's not a person, and so that's what people, to me, get it confused. He's not a person. Okay. When I look at nature videos and what have you, and I see the interaction between the different amazing animals on this planet, and you see the lion has to feed their cubs, and they take food when they need it. They're merciful. They kill it before they start ripping it apart. You have to think, the difference between them and us is that we were given the ability to have conscious. Not saying that they don't have conscience. Obviously, they move on something more than instinct, because that's a false narrative. They have compassion. They have love for each other. Just I like to study things like that. Just you pay attention to your surroundings, and sometimes you have to go after knowledge, okay? Because it's not always going to just come to you and lay on your lap. So, in just saying that, when there is a influx of hyenas, the lions push back, right? So I never understood why we're taught that, then we're taught that the only way to deal with this problem is through peace and prayer. That doesn't resonate. It doesn't make sense. What? And then the very people who created the Bible don't adhere to it. I mean, when you really look at the Bible, and especially, I like to listen to Dr. York, and he said the book of Revelation should be the only book that we read, and it applies to Black people. But if you look at that and they talk about all the old churches, those were not churches, those are actually countries. And they went in and they destroyed the country and the people, and then, they have these names, for churches back then, which I think that's misleading. So we have to really, because I really don't want to get into the Bible stuff, so that's why I'm not getting into the Church of Lucia and all that stuff. But if you really read it, you'll find out it actually was a city, and so that's what happens when you really look at things for yourself and go through it with a magnifying glass and use a dictionary, an etymology book, or there's ways to find out what the meanings, and definitions of words, and break them down. Because from my understanding, English language is a cursive language. Meaning, like if you take the word, for instance, democracy, okay? When you look at just half of that, DEMO, and you put it in there, what does that say? Demon. So we have to look at how they use language to control us and start chipping away at that. That's how you escape the matrix. You have to take that language and you have to decipher what does it really mean. Okay, so Another thing that I was thinking about today is we need each other. We need to fortify our own communities, build our communities, start building relationships, because this COVID is what it is. is covert, and it has separated us and divide us even more. So we must not give up. We must not give up the fight for change. You know, once again, the police getting charged is not, it's a fraction of the problem. It's not the totality of the problem. The problem is this government and who controls that government. The very rich. So looking at this upcoming election, Biden is our, oh God, I want to say Biden is the man. Okay. He did damage to us too. We have to make him accountable. And we want from him that his policy reflects accountability, and we will not take anything less. And that's how we start chipping away. We chip away at the president, the Senate, and Congress. And I don't know if anybody noticed, but Congress have been pretty quiet. They have not spoken out much at all in regards to these shootings of unarmed black men. And I imagine because they're worried about their seats. But it's our job to make sure that no Republican, none, occupy their seats the next election. We have to. We have to. We have to make sure that the Senate, both Senate and Congress have Democrats. But now, in the past, when that happened, a lot of Republicans jumped ship and became Democrats. So you can look at that. How they played the gamut with us. Because at the end of the day, they vow not to give us what we want. Yeah, they planned that. Never talk to them, say things. You can say what you're going to promise, but never ever give them anything. Because the whole point of that is to make sure we never recover. We never thrive. And they will stay on top indefinitely. But that can't happen. It won't happen. And that's because the creator didn't design this world that way. All this is forced. It's not natural. It is not natural to the universe itself. So eventually, yes, it's going to spew them out. It's going to spew them out. So to Trump signing that chokehold, no, hell no. We want more than that. We demand more than that. So I'm going to wrap it up, and I hope that all of you who are protesting, keep your eyes open and your ears, pay attention. No, don't give up the march. but be safe about where you're marching and who's around you. And articulate. We need to articulate what we need to make us feel safer in this country, and around the world. Because I was listening to other Africans and Africans from UK, from Mexico. Everybody's speaking out now how they've been mistreated. However, none of them have been treated as worse than the African Americans, because they just shoot you down in the streets. That's and one guy was saying he needs to get the hell out of America immediately, because he came here to go to school, and then he ended up staying for 15 years. But this is happening here, that they just randomly killing black people. So a lot of Africans are going back home, and I don't blame them, because they help stimulate this damn economy, and then to come here and see how you're thought of in this country. Why are you spending your money here? No, I wouldn't give you a dime. I wouldn't give you a dime. And what would make me feel safe, especially because I have sons, no more stopping us, our sons, our brothers, our fathers, unless they have probable cause, like the license plates have expired. Why the heck are you stopping people just because you say, and I hate this one that they coined. Someone called and gave a description of you and stated blah, blah, blah. Since when that is a factor, when hearsay can't even be used in a court of law? So why are officers using this method to justify when they stop you? They should not be asking about what's in your car for a simple possible traffic violation. No, give me my ticket and I'll be on my way. See, and that is the number one thing that I want us all to chip away at right now. It's not enough to say no chokeholds, no pulling out your gun, and get. It starts when you get out your car, when they force you to get out your car and start patting you down. They're violating us right then and there. So no more stopping us under false pretenses of some fool called you. That's unacceptable. That's just highly unacceptable. And it's just historically speaking, that's how they are able to falsely detain you, and then them shouting words to make it look like you're not cooperating. But regardless, it should not end up in a deadly confrontation. And the other thing is, we want our leaders to be unapologetic. Be strong when you're in your deliverance to these people. Not that soft shoe tap they used to call back in the day. We know what it is. Even our children know what it is. And historically speaking, again, every time around election time, check it out. There's always killing of black men, hanging, lynching, and violence. Police brutality. It's time to say now, we ain't having it. No more terrorizing our communities. No more terrorizing us as individuals. Get your damn fingers off the Black pulse of America. Get it off. And that should be our sentiment. Because as long as they have their finger on our pulse, they're controlling the blood flow, the life flow. We must get them off. When my dog gets fleas, I get tick flea poison to get rid of it. So we have to, I'm sorry, we have to pull off, back in the days, your shoes, your earrings, your gloves, you put some grease, sometimes you have to go there, get down and dirty about it. So dancing around issues instead of calling it what it is and charging these people. Now, the Supreme Court, and this is the other thing, becoming sidetracked. They threw in the Supreme Court decision that the LGBT community they have that's their civil rights. What does that have to do with anything? Do you see how they wove that in to distract, to change the focus? However, some of our brothers did not let them do that. I don't give a look. First of all, I don't give a shit about that. None of us should, because that is not the issue. They're not going around shooting homosexuals and lesbians. They're not shooting any of those people. They're not killing any of them unless he's black. Unless he's black or she's black. What the hell do the GT, whatever the hell people got to do with anything? See, things like that really blows my mind. Really blows my mind. Stop infusing someone's sexual preference with something that cannot change inherently. You're black. Your skin is dark. You're melanated. This is the problem with the United States. They've been molesting children and little boys forever. So that's nothing big. And get away with it. Hint, hint, the Catholic Church. Hint, hint, what's his name? Addie Long. That is not the damn issue. I know I said I'm winding down. I am. Trust me, I am. But that just came to me that I had to express myself. And
oh, sister, we are not complaining. We're not complaining.
Okay.
Let me tell you, I'm not going to lie. It's my job to keep you on as long as you can.
Okay. But we just need to be consistent with what is really happening here in America. I'm just tired of the people coming up. And we're still here at the bottom, and our issues are not being solved. And that's what is annoying and frustrating. This has to end, and it has to end in my time, because I'm ready and I'm charged. And those who used to say you're a deep roller, you're a troublemaker, well, damn it, I still am. And I'm not going to change until I see some progress. And from where I sit, the progress that's been made is not enough. I don't want to say it's not nothing, because our brother Malcolm X, every time I look at that, every time I listen to that, and I look at today, we would have been so much further if we would have protected him. If the Muslims would have worked together. But they was once again working against each other because of egos. And of course, the CIA was all in that. And we know it. We know it. And then if you speak of these things, right now today, they still come after you. I was just listening to a professor who wrote a book about the Black Panther, and he said that the college where he was going to go teach fired him before he could get started because he was put on the watch list, the FBI watch list. I'm like, get the hell out of here. So enough of that. Enough of that. At the end of the day, these rules, these laws are nothing but shit wrote on a piece of paper because they don't stand for nothing. They don't, and this is the way I see it. If those rules and those laws don't protect me, then why the hell should I why should I care? Why should I worry about my conduct and my behavior and my attitude towards your people then? Hey, what's good for the goose is good for the gander. That's where I grew up. What's good for the goose is good for the gander. So if there ain't going to be no peace, nobody gets peace. That's the way I feel about it. And it sounds like a warrior mentality because it is. Shout out to our ancient sisters, okay, that was warriors, Doheny women, that they so lustfully put it a Wonder Woman as a model for them. No, how we are going to change this world for ourselves, people. Search your soul. Search your soul. Imagine what you want for your life, for your legacy, for your family. You know, we were builders of dynasties. We could do it again. We can do it again. And yes, it's starting with our young people. Our young people need our support, us older, mature seniors, because we have the wisdom. We have the knowledge. We can no longer put our faith in a damn book that's made up. Hell, you have right now scholars, and I'm talking about, since you trust them so much, Europeans, going through the Bibles and saying a lot of things was misquoted because no one understood the language. Don't forget, they used scrolls. They didn't have a dang book to like the 1400s, okay, written by Europeans. So, you know, when we come to, we're at a crossroad. And my mom used to always say, there's two ways. You either swim or you're going to sink. And folks, we've been sinking for a long time. We've been sinking for a long time. Look at how the world have drawn off of our strengths, our beauty, our talents. Fashion is governed by us. Sports is governed by us, but we don't run nothing. And then they have the nerves. It was just in the news. It's a Goodell who now taking a stance against bigotry in the NFL. You know, they don't want them boys acting up. Why? They are their money makers. They were devaluing them as stock, as a cattle. And now they say, no, we're not going to be with a racist. You wearing a darn white wing shirt expressing your white supremacy. Kudos to our brothers standing up. Thank you. Oh, I was going to say something that is inappropriate. I'm not going to say it. A lot of sisters be like, say it, say it, say it. But yeah, you finally stop looking at the white women that they're dancing in front of your eyes and try to make you feel like you some kind of beastly king.
Say it, say
and
it,
look
say
at
it.
reality.
Say it. Go ahead and say it.
I just want to say, get your nose away from one of those white women, those bitches, skirts. And I mean, what is wrong with you?
Don't hold back.
Yeah.
Like the song there, don't hold back.
So
if it feels
get your
good,
eyes
do
on
it.
the prize. Get your eyes on the prize. You over there sleeping with this cow, and you got a lot of black women now having babies for white men. Look at that. And then you say, black women don't even look at the white man. Why? Because they vilified you, and you helped them. You helped them vilify you. Because you feel like you don't have no status if you don't have a white woman on your arm. Why is that? Why would you? Where did you get that idea from? Because after she takes everything from you, where are you? And you shared that earlier, Lance, the two professors sleeping in their cars, So the point is, at the end of the day, you still gonna be a melanated brother. But what kind of brother you gonna be? How you gonna fare in history for your sons, your children? I'm not saying that there's not some kind of love there for some people, whatever you want to call it, but I personally don't. I believe love is a Harlequin romance novel. That's not reality, okay? And we have gotten away from our history. When we would marry, and I'm talking about decades ago, you were matched up by the tribes, how you would complement one another. Love came because what you went through. It built, and the children, and you appreciate everything. Today, everything's so manufactured. They don't know what love is. I was just speaking with my son. I said, why in the hell are young people spending $30,000, $50,000, $100,000 on a wedding when the marriage usually don't last no more than 1 or 2 years? So love, okay, is antiquated. Let's look at it. What is love? Something you read in a book? You heard spoken in a movie? What is love? Love is a concept and an ideal. I love my sons, but I tarry and toy because I had to. It's an act. It's showing what love is. Not material things. It doesn't help you with love, honey. So we need to get away from that, because only people getting rich from that is your oppressors. That's who's getting rich from that. When you sign the marriage document and you become a couple, a married couple, your oppressor get paid for that. Most people don't even know that the IRS was formed. It's not even really a government institution. And they suggest that this is the amount that you pay. But they use fear tactics and everything to make you pay. And of course, it's tied into this credit system now that they got. You have to have this score and you have to have that and whatever. See, we have to unplug ourselves from this matrix. How are we going to do it? We got to stop seeing ourselves as this thing. Because, people only treat you the way you allow them to treat you. So if we continue to see ourselves as some kind of object and some kind of phenomenon or some sort, they don't really blame them. They see us as a means to an end for themselves. You know, we have to come to a place where we internalize. I found myself reminiscing as to how it must have been in the time of Egypt. And I love Egypt because I know that's who we are, because I could feel the richness coursing through my veins. I always walked with a queen goddess like attitude. Everybody knew. White people, everybody knew. And I didn't have a lot of problems because it's something about when you have that French called je ne sais quoi, that spirit, they recognize that. You know, it's true. The demon does flee because there's nothing they can do with you, because you know you have this awareness. And a lot of our people don't have that awareness. It's been snuffed out of them. And I went through a lot of things, and maybe one day I might share, but it didn't kill that within me. Actually, it reinforced who I am as an individual and as a person, spiritually speaking as well. How I mentally think about myself. So you tell me I'm a dummy, I look at you, and then I study you for a minute, and then I compare myself to you, and I realize you're an idiot. And I got in trouble a lot when I was attending the University of Laverne in California, because there's a bunch of idiots running the program, bigots, idiots running the program. And one of the I'll never forget, this was in 2006. One of the research teachers, her name was Winona Foote. And she said to me, she put me to the side because I was doing my research on spirituality. And she put me to the side. She said, "What do you think you're doing?" And I told her, well, I was looking at religion, and then I was looking at what was it? It was quantum. I was looking at I was looking at quantum theory and all those things wrapped up in one, dealing with energies. So she said, "Well, you can't do that. Find another topic." And I said, "Well, no. Your job is to guide me in my research, not tell me what to research." So then she came back and said, "You know what? I don't know. What are you doing here? You're not college material." And something sunk within me. It really effed with my head because nobody ever spoke to me like that. And I grew up in Wisconsin, and lived in Chicago, been in the South, Mississippi, but never a pale person ever spoke to me like that. So I didn't handle it right. I'm telling you, I didn't. I became very confrontational, very angry. And of course, when I get like that, it's about time to tap that ass. And I didn't care. The security, I don't give a hell who you are. I'll find your weakness. And I'm going to demolish you. And that's my thinking. So, needless to say, I did try to fight them because I only had one class to go, a seminar class. And they said it was best I went somewhere else. So I went to the state. I went to Office of Civil Rights. I went to NAACP. I went to Gloria Allred's. Everybody's, "Oh, you got a case," but nobody wanted to do anything. And nobody wanted to do anything because that university is an institution and it's about the money. And I'm just one student. To make a long story short, I had to regroup and come back stronger because I realized this little silly bitch, that's my name for her, had the audacity to talk down to me when you came out of a damn cave. And the knowledge that you think you have, the book knowledge, that's all that is. And it came from people decades ago that you stole the information. Well, needless to say, she was no longer there, or the chairperson who was supporting and backing her. So sometimes you have to kind of pick and choose your battle. So maybe I should have just finished and then cussed her out, cut her tires. I don't know at that point. But at the moment, I'm sorry. For me, I do have a lot of Jamaican blood lying within me, and let's face it, the Jamaicans are some very hot people, and I didn't think I was like that. But yeah, you touched the wrong button. It's like, I'm gone. I'm ready to go. So just needless to say, we have to be more in tune and embedded as to who we are. See, if I would have known more about my history back then I think it would have gave me more grounds to speak to her the way I speak to people now. So, like, if someone say something to me like that again, then I'll read it off. Sex. And that usually shuts them down, and they go about their business. So that's where we want to be. We want to be knowledgeable, because knowledge is power. And I don't care if you didn't finish 7th grade. It's never too late to pick up a book and find your way. Don't procrastinate. We can't allow that to happen anymore. Learn with your children. Young mothers, learn with your children. Pick up a book about our history. Start there. Draw pictures. There's so many ways that we can help ourselves to better ourselves. When I was in a not good of a marriage for almost 20 years, I put my focus on, I went through a whole dictionary. So that helped me sound. I got into yoga. I mean, I was like an olive branch, just reaching out wherever I could reach to get knowledge, to help myself. Because why? It wasn't just about me. It's about my children. It's about other folks that I come in contact that might need something from me, some help or what have you. I wanted to be like an index full of knowledge to help people, not for self-edification. Because nothing lasts long when we just do it for self-edification. And that's what's wrong with a lot of our leaders. I look at Jesse Jackson. He's pretty quiet, kind of run down looking, and he, he didn't really have the heart that he should have had to further advance our people. Kudos for what he did do, but he didn't do enough. And that's what's wrong. We want to draw the line in the sand. We can't do that. We're not there yet. And it's uphill battle. So I have started working out, building up my body, my mind, and that's what I do with this COVID thing, and work on projects that I want to see go forth. And I did mention it, one of them is an organization I'm starting called Amazon Melanated Women United, and to deal with civic and social issues. So, that's just a tad bit of something that, to start yourself in your own community. Become a community watch. There's a lot of things, and then there's avenues to getting that funded. But just start doing your research. Don't just have a cell phone. Just have a cell phone. Use that. They put it like this: they created these tools so they could track you. Hello, turn it around. Use it for your good. I teach my grandchildren that. Oh, hell no. You don't just sit there and do videos and games. You use that. You look up words that you don't understand. You look up history. It's a tool. Use it as a tool for yourself. But somebody had to tell them that because they weren't getting that from their mothers. Well, anyways, that's another chapter. I won't deal with that. But that's what grandparents are for, to keep this ball rolling. And whenever we see our children are weak, then we need to be there. Offer a word, offer whatever to keep them going, help them to gain focus. I think last time we were talking about dropping the millennials, the baby boomers dropping the ball. Well, if we really look back at the social constructs, we understand why. We can be a little compassionate about it. There wasn't much they could do. Being surrounded with guns and everything to try to integrate and all that nonsense. And that was all staged because what was the point of integration? It made no sense. We lost. When Arkansas clapping to finally integrate their schools, I had to let the sister know, you lost then. Why you want to integrate with them? The only thing you're going to get is their agenda, their history, not yours. We need our own schools, and I don't know about you now, for a lot of the young women, Black women in particular, when you look at the school systems today, your children, you have to be spot on with what's going on. Because a lot of these teachers are horrible. They're just like the teacher that I encountered. They want to beat your children down mentally, institutionalize them. So they fit in. They won't strive for nothing more. They won't strive to be doctors, engineers, lawyers, and they see how intelligent they are. Then they try to chip away at their self-esteem. And so my suggestion is make sure you got an open dialogue with your children. We got to have that in the home. In the home. It starts there. Take one night, one evening out of the week and set that aside for your family meeting. I still have that today for my grandchildren, for my sons, because if there's any issues, we can attack it spot on. It takes away the distinction of gossiping and all these things that I went through as a child growing up in my parents' home. And nobody speaking to each other because this one said that behind the other one's back. And then guess what? That grew because they have their friends. They have their relationships. And guess what? We all still get together and they're inclusive. They're part of my family. And if they get out of hand, I talk to them just like I would my sons, but with respect because they're men. I never lose sight of that. It's not my job as a woman to tear down the man, because then that would make him inadequate to be with his wife, to take care of his daughter. Okay, so my job is wisdom. Speak wisdom to young folks. And I used to always tell young women when I work with them and assist them, when they were gang members or whatever, having children, I used to tell them, no, I'm not mother hen. I'm not going to pack and run behind you. You know how the system is. Just do what you got to do and then get out of here. And today, some of them, I run into them and they're social workers and they're doing things with their lives. And that gives me pause because it lets me know that I did do something worthwhile to help another person in need and in trouble. And now when I look at the leaders we have today, and they can be around my age, older, older, 40 and older, they are doing things to bolster their egos, to come up themselves financially. And that's what I see when I look at churches, when I see the pastor, decked out, whatever, and you have poor people in your church, you don't do anything for them, but minister to them and tell them that they have to keep coming back to the house to get well, but don't forget your tithing. What in the world you doing? How are you helping that family? And yes, offering counseling in a church, you do that, but you get paid how much an hour for them because your nonprofit status, and it's written in how much if you take the contract and you counsel this many people, whatever, you still getting paid. But how many of them are really benefiting from your counseling? Well, it's like this. You're not going to let them go straight too far. So you're not really instilling in them any independence. You're just giving them still feel good messages. That's why I personally would never go to a church to counsel me on anything. On anything. I went before. And I had the pastor tell me pretty much that what did I do in my marriage to make it go bad? And I should stick in it stay in it, and it'll turn around. And it's like, almost 20 years of my life, like hell. No, I tell you what, that message that you're pushing, Jesus love me. Okay, he does. He loves me. But if he don't, I love myself. And that was the end of that. So to me, that sounds like a bunch of hogwash and rubbish, and only a fool would fall for that, and that's one thing I can say honestly. My mother did not raise any fools. Okay. So, and it wasn't because you're not talking and saying what I want to hear. Oh no, it's just what you were saying made no darn sense. It's not even in your book. It's not even in there. You're twisting things now. I prefer the Old Testament if I was going to adhere to anything. That New Testament, you could go somewhere with that nonsense. I don't hear all the kindness, whatever. No, God punished bad behavior. All you got to do is look in nature. What happens to you when you do something wrong? So no, don't try to paint a picture of absolute that you want to push on people so they can continue injuring themselves so they can come back to you for a healing. And that's all that is. That's all that is. It's repetitious. So, and just saying that, and I know I do hop on that a lot. And I think I hop on that a lot because I was watching a commercial, a Kaiser commercial. And it's supposed to be to empower women and women's health. In one image, you see the white woman partying, dancing on the beach. Where do they have our sister in a church praying, looking all tired and and then when I would go to church and I look around and I think, damn, all these people in this church, we're going to end up dying, waiting for kingdom come. Why? And that image just kept playing in my head until it bothered me so much, that in 2007, I couldn't go anymore. And I couldn't go anymore because my church was supposed to, we paid all this money in to go to Africa to help them out. And then the pastor ended up canceling it. And all the money, he didn't give nobody back their money, whatever. It ended up going into some Italian tiles for the floor, what have you. So that was the last straw for me. So I just started looking at and researching, not just being in the church, but reading the so-called Bible, and also going behind the scenes by working in the church, getting more involved and the teachings and what have you, leadership teachings, lessons and all that, to surmise what the bottom line is. It's a business, it's it's a business. And several pastors stated that, when I wanted to do social programs to help the poor and all that, they were more concerned with the face of the church, and they made it very clear it's a business. So, and with that, that's fine. Do what you do, and I said, I'm going on sabbatical of my own. And that's what I started doing in 2007. But then, of course, when you start that journey, then it comes into play. Where did religion started at? And then that's when you come across how the Trinity came about. And because the question to me was why there's pictures with the Pope bowing down to a black Madonna and her son, and everybody else is looking at white Jesus on in over the pulpit in the churches. And it makes sense to me. So that's the kind of person I am. And so, needless to say, because I'm this type of person, that's one reason why I've been single for so long, 17 years, actually. And I'm comfortable because I don't want anybody stopping me from being who I am. You can come and join me, but you're not gonna stop me, because this is my life work and this is what I enjoy. This is what's in my spirit to do. And that's when it comes down to our relationships. To me, you need to know who you are first to have a successful relationship. We have to go back to the beginning. And yeah, a lot of people say, oh, because my sons have said that to me, nobody's down with that old ancient stuff. Well, whether you like it or not, what was at the beginning shall be at the end, which it comes from source above, source below. So if you don't and won't take the time to discover who you are, what is really potent to your life that could change your life for the rest of your life and your family and your children, I don't know what to tell you, because it's not good going. There's no magic that's going to come to change and deliver us out of this situation, because the Creator gave us everything that we needed right here already within us. We're part of this earth. We're part of the universe. And if you're curious to find out if this is so, join me then and continue the search. Find out who you are. Then we'll know how to begin and how this thing is going to end. It's not enough to saying that God is on our side, because 2 soldiers this week got struck by lightning. That's not going to get it. The Nataroo is on our side, but she can't complete what she needs to do to turn this world, this earth, this planet back around the way it should be without us coming on one accord spiritually, manifesting things. See, what's the funniest thing is why they teaching us what we should know, manifestation. And you see all these movies, and it's always white people, white kids being able to use their mind, their conscience to move things. But you know, that's fake as hell. But they're putting it right in our face. This is our gifts. And they know this. And if a person like myself, Brother Lance, Dr. Delbert Blair, Anthony Brower. I mean, there's so many of us, you know, trying to get this message out. But we start talking about that kind of stuff. You know, most of us will clam up and say, "Oh, well, we're not interested in that voodoo stuff. That voodoo, it isn't. It's not even voodoo. It's voodoo." And half the Haitians be friends. You know, so whatever they gave you and they gave us, we need to just flip it. Because you ever watch Stranger Things? I love stuff like that. We're in the upside down right now. We are in the upside down. Everything that is ours, we feel is lost to us, and we don't, because most of us don't know it belongs to us. You know, we rather say, "Oh, the Illuminati, the Cabal, and all these people who want to be gods on this planet and run it like gods." They're not. They're not. Why do you think they kept murdering our leaders that know the truth and was trying to wake us up? So we really, I can't say it enough. We got to fall back in love. That's real love. Loving thyself. Because how can I give to you, a child, or anybody if I don't start with myself? And how am I going to love myself? I am going to vet, examine everything. And I do mean everything before I receive it. And this ain't got nothing to do with a Bible. This should be just basic human instinct. You are phenomenal, especially us women. We represent the Nataru. You know, and I'm gonna say this, and then I want to close with something. But I'm gonna share this with you guys. I have a sister. That's 2 years, almost 2 years younger than I am. And we have not gotten together and been sisters since 2011 or 10. Yes. She's a nurse. And everybody think nurses are supposed to be compassionate, but I can tell you they're not. Okay? They're people. And at the end of the day, a lot of it has to do with getting paid. There's nothing wrong with that. But what's wrong with it, if you're spiritually disconnected from others, you treat your patient, you put on a show. You put on a show. But there's a other side to you that, you know, other people get to see. So we stop. Well, I won't say we, because I'm an open book. Whenever you want to get it right, you can check back in. So that's how I work. However, you're not going to change me, and it's not my job to change you. But we can disagree and still get along. But as Black people, when we have a disagreement, we can hate the hell out of each other, but kiss up behind that white person's butt like they're God. It's sickening, just sickening. But it's in our families too. And I know a lot of you know what I'm talking about. So when I start questioning the church, when I start questioning the health professionals, then she and I, of course, start bumping heads. Okay, then I became the object of her frustration because now someone is giving you a conscious about things, opening you up, but you want to refuse that and stick to the status quo. And so that's how a lot of us are divided. A lot of us want to stay with the status quo, and it is what it is. But nonetheless, I'm always going to be the bigger person. I'm always going to check in via text if that's the best we can do, because I'm above that. I'm above that because I know why you're stuck. But it's not my job to pull you out of that. You have to do it yourself. So that's what I'm saying. We all have to pull ourselves out of that funk that we've been in for over 600 years. And the only way we are going to do that is to really objectively look at the situation at hand and not try to tippy-toe around it and not try to paint it a beautiful design or whatever over it. The facts are the facts. Truth is truth. And truth is light. So, but if you want to live in a fictitious world, I mean, so be it. There's nothing I can do about it. But there's no need to cut yourself off from your loved ones unless that's what they want to do. And so in saying that, I hope all you guys, especially those who are still protesting, be safe. Be smart. Don't trust everyone that's out there, because the young lady in Florida that they found dead, they said it was a Black guy who raped her and murdered her, and also a 75-year-old. But we got to understand that the government use Black people against us as well. And if you notice, you don't hear a lot about that. So more than likely, he was CIA and infiltrated to go and to murder that young lady. And that's just how that's what I believe. That's what I believe, because they've been doing that for years. All we got to do is look at what happened to Malcolm X, Martin Luther King. Anyone that they feel that's forceful and strong, and the way she was putting them down. Matter of fact, I told my son then, I said, "Oh, she shouldn't be. You can't not be fearful of them, but you got to understand they're watching and they're listening. And if they think you're too threatening, then that's when they send copycat looking Black people in to do the job for them. Get close enough. So please do not trust anybody. Don't get in anybody's car. Go together, leave together. Be safe. Use your head. Use your head. Don't trust anybody. I'm sorry, but the truth is the truth. If we look at slavery, who was helping the slave masters? Other Africans. Okay, so we still have a lot of but anyway, we still have a lot of fools in the ranks. So I'm going to say, wrap it up right now. And I just wanted to close with this. I wanted to thank our ancestors for this great awakening, because I do believe they are in charge of this thing, moving it forward and waking us up, and it's not just old, mature older people, 20-year-olds, even little children are speaking with wisdom. So there is a consciousness that is moving. So I want to thank the ancestors. I want to thank our creators. I want to thank those who have gone before us that's no longer with us. And I want to end with saying Ashe, Ashe, Ashe. And I wish you all well and peace and love.
Thank you so much, sister. Thank you.
Oh,
so
you're
much.
welcome.
I thoroughly enjoyed everything that you shared, and I know it's going to uplift everyone who heard it. Anyone who thumbs down this video is a damn fool and a hater, because you have the years of experience, and not just the years of experience, but the mind to break down what you've experienced your entire life in bite-sized pieces that we can digest and know that right now, after what you said, it's 100% truth. So I applaud you, and I thank you for sharing all that you've been through with us.
You're welcome.
And I know that you have a whole lot more. Hint, hint,
I
hint.
do.
Come on back when you're ready. just drop me that call. Drop me that call, and we're on. Even if I'm sleeping, I'll get up, wipe the stuff out the corner of my eye, and we're going to do a show right then and there. How about that?
Oh, yeah, that sounds good to me. That sounds good to me, because there is a lot more that I would love to share.
Yes.
And I really want to get into the spiritual aspect in the hearing of our ancestors, because I really don't mourn. I mourn when my family members leave, but they're not gone. So, but I don't want to spook anybody out. So I kind of gradually want to get into that, because when I shared with a pastor once, when I had a near-death experience, and I told him about it, he just looked at me with his mouth wide open, and then he said, "Okay, let's go to service." And I was like, he's scared.
Wow.
How you gonna teach this? And then when I want to talk to you about what happened, because I had some little things going on after the fact. So I needed some guidance. And I realized this man is scared to death of death.
Ain't that something?
So he can't talk to me about it. He can't say nothing to me about it. But it did change my life. And I'm and I heard someone say, don't use the word conservative because that means you're racist. No, it doesn't. It means what it means.
Right.
You conserve your energy, you conserve yourself. So we all can be conservatives within our nature, who we are. The problem, we were too damn free with it. That's why we see it everywhere else, but in our own communities, we gave it away. So if we should have been conservative, we wouldn't be in the position we're in today. So I just want to take that word back. Yes. Conservatives has nothing to do with racism. It doesn't. But yeah, there's a whole lot that, we need to discuss. Yes. We need to, be educated about ourselves. Yes. And no, you don't have to have a freaking degree to understand how nature works and you work in it. It's signs all around us. There's signs everywhere. There's unspoken symbols everywhere. We just have to pay attention. Pay attention. And we need to get away from glucose and all that stuff, because that stuff do block you. Yes. And I experimented with that just to make sure. By going a couple of weeks, no sugar, no nothing, right?
Felt so much better, didn't you?
Huh?
You felt so much better when you
away from it. And then I had a soda, right? And I had a diet soda. And see, what people don't know, don't drink that mess. That's worse than regular soda. Because when it breaks down in the body, it is nothing but glucose, you know. So we don't want, we have to, and it blocks you because it was messing with my meditation. I could not get in the zone for nothing. And when I'm in the zone, I mean, as soon as my head hit the pillow, I can wake up and I'm sitting on my bed and I'm up there in the stars, you know, and that freaks a lot of people out, you know, but it happens, and it does happen, and it's real. It's so real, you know, and it's funny because I train my grandchildren to do this, and they'll tell me, "Ooh, I saw this, and I saw this person, and they said this to me," and I know they're real about it, because one, children don't make up stuff they don't really have knowledge of, that they can't see or copy, right? Because that's why we're their role model, right? So we put things in their head. Other people put things in their head, but when you catch them at their innocence and how they speak, you know they know something. You know what I mean? That something happened, something occurred. You can't see with your eyes, but they experience it. That's why I never dispel what a child tell me something has happened to them. I hate when grown-ups say, oh, you making stuff up, this and that. Oh man, that breaks my heart. Yes. You know what I mean? Yes. They're not making it up. It's happening. Right. If they're telling you they seen stuff, you bet believe there's something in there with them. They're not schizophrenic. You're not born that way. Trauma induces those type of behavior, and drugs induce those type of behaviors. You know, so you know, to stop devaluing when our children say something. Yes. If you listen to them, then you can actually save their lives. Because a lot of times things be happening behind the scene, and that parent is too busy to listen. And then one day something happens. They come up missing. Yeah. Well, the child was telling you the whole damn time somebody was watching them, and something was scaring them. But you said, oh, well, stop watching the YouTube with the Slender Man, whatever. And then your child is gone. Yep. You know, so.
You'd be surprised. I mean, and people, you would think that of all people, we would know this. We would know better.
We would know better. That's what I'm saying. You too relax. You know, I was getting a lot of emails and posts on my Facebook about this child missing, that child. So I just started speaking out to them. Where in the hell were you? That's what I want to know. My sons, when they were teenagers, they wanted to go with their friends or what have you. I drove them there. I knew the parents. Most of the time, everybody was at my house. Not because they thought I was just cool, but it had nothing to do with me being cool. It's just because it was a way for me to keep out on you without you knowing it. You know what I mean? And I used to spend $300, $400 a week on food because I had all these boys up in my home. You know what I mean? But they were safe. They were safe. Yes. And if they had a problem, I would act as an advocate, and I would talk to their parents. I saved one of my son's friends from suicide because a mother, I was watching her putting all the responsibility on him because he's the oldest child, and her mother was sick. The dad was with some younger woman, and he had signed over the house to the grandmother, signed over the house because she wasn't in her right mind, so she signed it over to their father. And then the mom was putting the pressure on her son to take care. So I got this call, and it's something in his voice and something that he said. And I told my son, get over there, call the police. He's committing suicide. Get over there now. I just seen it. I've seen it. And sure enough, by the time they got there, he already ingested the pills. but just little subtle things, they're telling you, they're crying out to you that there's a problem. But you got to take the time to listen to their spirit.
Yes.
You got to take the time. When my sons were going through the divorce syndrome from because they didn't know that there was problems because it wasn't their business. I'm not that kind of woman. I didn't bring my children into my relationship because it had nothing to do with them on that level, But I was there watching and waiting for the blow up because I knew it was coming. I knew there was going to be the problems in the school. I was there. I was waiting. My job, I let them know, I'm going to put you on hold, on pause. You got a problem with it? Fire me now. But I knew I was very invaluable because they needed somebody to do what the person that they hire on the higher ups couldn't do themselves. So it was all good, but I was there when my child went through that. All four of them. So the point is, if we don't get back to that, our spirituality, we're always going to be injured. We're left wide open to our enemies.
And just to add on to that, thinking about what we said about the children, we come here with a clean slate. So our eyes are open, as well as the spiritual eye, more so than anything else. We're not tainted with the muck and mire and toxic substances, mentally, physically, and spiritually, as we go on in this life. And as long as we can hold on to that clarity, and it's hard in this world because it's like we're thrown in a garbage can. Now the Creator's world, as I always say, is pure and perfect. But the man-made construct, it's a garbage can, and we got to learn
it's a garbage can.
And we catch our scars on all levels, and it taints our view spiritually. So we can't. We'll turn around, and like you say, something's wrong with them, or try to knock them down for seeing something. Of course, they're going to see things. When I was, I can't even say, it had to be. I was born in '63. I can't get the exact year, but I was in the crib. And I can't remember the exact date, but my grandmother had transitioned and she was in Jamaica. And my father went down to Jamaica. My mother had to stay and hold it down. He went down to Jamaica for the homegoing service. And the exact time that the homegoing service was going on, it was in the afternoon, and I was laying down for a nap in the crib. And I got up. My mother took a nap, and she was in the room next to me, but she could still see me. The in the kitchen, some of the cups and things in the cupboards were rattling, not heavy, not like that, but just a little bit. Yeah. Well, she woke up and she's listening. She knew what it was, and then she felt not a breeze, but not a wind, but a slight breeze. And then I jumped up in the crib, and I'm smiling and laughing, and I'm looking up, reaching and smiling, because she never physically held me. We didn't meet yet. We didn't connect yet. That was planned, but unfortunately, she transitioned, and I can't say unfortunately. It's a beautiful thing. It's nature. We will be together. We are together. She's probably one of the ones who's standing next to me now, because I always have 3 people with me. I was told on different occasions. Yeah,
I do too.
Yeah.
I do too. And this lady, she's a sensitive, and she said there's a tall man and an older lady. She said, and there's another person on your side. So my dad had passed away. So I told her, I said, I know they're with me. I know they're there with me. And some, and if you're comfortable, they'll reveal themselves as well. So it's nothing to be fearful of. And I often think about, all the horror movies, the demons and the ghosts and stuff. And I told my son, it's funny because I like the shark movies and things like that, sci-fi. I say, because that stuff is so fake. I say, because let me tell you right now, the only person that would have to fear any spirits would be white people. White people, because all these lands, these lands are all these homes. Everything's on top of the bones and all the people that they murdered, all the children.
Can't get away from it.
So they're showing. The only reason they're showing you these kind of stupid movies is to amplify the Bible. So you'll continue to think when you're home, there's some kind of spirit, a demon in your house or whatever, and you go to church and then they do exorcisms and all this stuff like that. No, honey. If they were hunting, they would be the one getting hunting. That's why if you ever look at these hunting shows, who are being hunted? Do you see any of us on there talking about being hunted? No, you don't. Right. No, you don't. Why? It would be them. They're the murderers. They're and their children are going to pay for what they've done in the past. That's right. So my thing is no. So when I feel a spirit coming through or whatever,
you can feel it.
I find out what they want, and a lot of times it's warning spirits. You know,
right.
A lot of times there's warning, and sure enough, somebody is passed away or somebody's sick. You know, so you would. I guess that comes with maturity. You know, but you got to understand what fear is. Fear is useless. Fear is a useless energy.
Serves no purpose.
And that's what they live off from us. And they need that. They need us to be fearful people. Because as long as we're fearful, we'll never rise as a people. We'll never rise. And that's the bottom line.
Wow.
So, but with that, I'm going to say have a good evening, my brother.
Yes. I'm sorry.
Thank you.
I'm sorry for tricking you to stay on longer, but I had to get more.
Oh no, yeah, and I'll keep on talking too.
No, I know.
But I need to go feed get my energy level back up because I still got things that I I told you I do a lot of researching and stuff, and that's just my pastime. I just can't help myself. So
and see that, we get the benefit of all that research and experience.
Yeah. So I'll go downstairs and I'll eat real quick and I'll come down right back at it. It's just I don't know. It's almost like a food addiction or drug addiction, I guess.
I mean, if it's something good for you, it makes you better. Let it be an addiction if it's good. We associate the word addiction with things that are bad, but let us associate some good things and take the stigma off of the word, because it's going to keep you alive, keep your mind alive, keep you stimulated. It's a good thing. I don't think that reading and researching could not be an addiction, especially when you come on the show and you share all of us. You're becoming an addiction for us. So we're all addicted. So let's just keep on being addicted and growing and getting smarter.
Oh yeah, because we got to see this through. We got to get this beast off our back once and for all. And we got to understand, whiteness is skin is recessive. And so therefore the original soil is us. And so this skin is important. We need it.
That's right.
Because it's who we are. And we need to love it.
That's right. We
need to love the richness of it. And the benefits that it has been feeding this whole world. I mean, I hate to say it like that, but it's true. Where you think melanin pills come from? What is it? Melatonin. That's a whole nother discussion right there. But if they think for 1 minute they have stopped consuming us, you got another thing coming. They use us like cattle. So anyway, and I mean, we could go. There's just so much to go in on that, but we must be aware now. We cannot make any more excuses. We can't make any more excuses for our children dying on the street or become ill or coming up missing on the streets. Mm-hmm. We have to be good stewards. The way a lot of us are good stewards in the church. Yes. Be good stewards over your home.
But isn't that something how people they can be stewards in the church and then their home is going to hell? Mm-hmm. That's something.
Yep.
That's a whole other subject. I ain't rushing you, but I don't want you mad at me, like scared to call me to do a show. He gonna keep me talking.
No. That's one thing I don't. You know what? That's a waste of energy, anger, and madness. I don't. Everybody sees me as the party lady, and I'm telling you why. Because my thing is music and cooking and dancing and having fun, and that's what I do. Mm-hmm. Because I don't have time that's my downtime. And I don't have no room for any nonsense, Mm-hmm. So my family, my peer group, my peers, they know how I am. I'll check in, see how you doing. But if you call me with that chit chat about this one, that one, I even shut my mother down. I don't do all that. I don't. No, I have no room for it. Mm-hmm. I have no use for it. It doesn't do anything for me. It doesn't keep my hair on my head? No. Do it keep my nails strong? No. Do it fill my belly? No. What does it do for me? Absolutely nothing. So, like I said, I vet, I test, I examine. Mm-hmm. Anything that's going to come near this vessel right here, it's very hard to penetrate. It's just very hard to penetrate. Because until I feel comfortable and I trust you and the ancestors say it's okay, yes, and nothing happens. That's just the way it is. That's the way I roll,
That's right. Ain't nothing wrong with that.
The way I roll. And I keep a watch over what comes from this Nanaru. And that's my sons and my grandchildren. And I don't give a crap about too much else. I'm there for you if you need me, if you want the help, but I don't force it. I never act as a counselor or whatever and said, I can help you. I can't help you. You got to help yourself. My job is to listen and to help you try to organize your thinking. It's not the other way around. So no, don't get stuck on, I won't let nothing stick to me like that. You're not taking my energy. You're not going to do it. And we all need to be protected about ourselves like that.
That's right.
Man?
That's right.
Yeah.
I'm here.
Yeah.
I'm here.
So we all need to do that. We need to take a dose of that medicine. Mm-hmm. We need to, because that's a healing for our souls, for our spirit. A woman job, you have so much to do, especially if you're a single woman and you have limited resource. Your job is to strengthen yourself spiritually, mentally, and physically, and put yourself first, because if you don't, you have nothing for your children. You have nothing to give anybody else until you deal with self. And then from there, extend your olive branch. And then it's a healthy branch, though. You know what I mean? And then you become a leader, a guide for others. We need to get back to that. We really need to get back to that.
Mm-hmm. You have the perfect.
And that's what I want to see.
That's right.
I want to see little Egypt again. I want to see Kemet. I want to see the community that our people once basked in before these bastards, these tyrants tore it apart. Mm-hmm. But they had our help to do it. So we need to understand the greed and selfishness and egotism is poison and toxic for us. We weren't created that way. All you have to do is look at nature. The nature gives of itself to us. And that's who we are. So we have to remember who we are, and we need to start giving. Why is it so easy for us to give to other people than we give to our own? Because you have been conditioned that way. like I said, we're in the upside down.
Mm-hmm.
Now let's flip this thing back around.
That's right.
Yeah. There you go.
All right, my dear sister. Thank you so much.
You welcome.
I can't thank you enough. And
you're so welcome.
Have a wonderful night. Get your energy levels up. Which if if your energy levels are low, wow, you're going to be a steamroller when you get those energy levels up. And so
that's right.
So I truly thank you. And like I said, I want to listen to this again and reabsorb some of the things that you said. And I'm just totally indebted to you. And you're doing a good work. And I'm just glad to be a part of it. And I thank you.
Well, I'm glad to be a part of what you're doing, because actually, when I was feeling, I'm at my my rope sometimes, because it's like people are not listening, or they don't care to listen, and they almost kind of like they have already accepted defeat, and it's not so, and so I have to talk then to my spirit guides and ask them and tell them what I need if I am to continue, if this is what I need to be doing. And voila, doors open up. So that's always how it has always been for me. So when you open your platform to me, I knew then that, God darn it, it's not over yet, girl, for you. So
I'll never forget that day. I know you got to go, but I got to say it again. Within minutes of the text, I was like, listen, you got to come on, talking like that. And you were like, okay, boom, we're going to be on in a few minutes. And there we were. Boom. It was just like that. Unbelievable.
Yeah. Yes, it was just like that. So now I know we have to just keep the steam rolling going, keep the fire in there burning, and just don't get comfortable. We can't get comfortable until we can safely travel to and fro to the motherland. If you don't want to go there, here, Jamaica, wherever the hell we want to go, it's our paradise.
That's right.
And we live here.
That's right.
Yeah, it's our paradise. And we live here, and we have every right to bask in it, just like all these other groups come here and feel free to go wherever they want to.
Ain't that something?
Yeah. Oh, child. When I said, now there I go. Now I'm sounding my age now. But when I lay down and I reflect, and I always do this, I reflect on everything. And I look and I see how beautifully we were at one time and everything. And then when the colonization sunk in, and then I look at our people, they stripped them out their clothes, making them dress like they, with these little weeds around their bodies and shit, and then try to make us think this is who we are as a people. They wouldn't even know. I mean, just look at us now. When fashion came about, even back in the day, the slave people found a way to look presentable and dress while they look like these scums. That's know what I mean? And dirty. So my thing is, no.
See that?
I can't accept this. I won't accept this. So I won't stop. We can't stop.
Oh no,
we got to keep it going. We got to keep it going until our children are safe and can play. Hell, I used to sleep on the porch at night when I was a young girl. You can't do that now. You can't leave your doors open.
Back in the day.
No, we gotta take it back. We gotta take it back. If they want to exist in it, fine, but in my opinion, I would like to wake up and everybody look like me. That's just me. I'm tired. I don't want to deal with no fake bull crap from, I don't want to hear you. I don't want to hear nothing you got to say, And just to say that, this Irish man or Scottish man marrying African lady, I was listening to him. He was saying it's a reverse racism in Africa. And so I was like listening to him like, really? That's because you don't dominate Africa. Those people aren't afraid of you. They talk back to you. You know what I mean?
That's right.
So, and because you're marrying a Ghanaian woman, they supposed to jump up for joy for that?
Mm-hmm.
So you need to check your ego back in Arlen or wherever the hell you from. Because those days is over, especially over there. They already told you what they want. They want you out. Okay? And so my thing is, no, you just trying to keep a foot in, so that's why you marrying a sister over there. Get out of here. You're not in love with her. I don't even, Yeah. Play on words, baby. You guys been doing that for decades. And personally, I have a deaf ear. I don't hear none of that nonsense. I'm civil, yes. Some people might say I'm prejudiced. Maybe, I don't know, and don't care, because that's not my focus.
You can't.
That's not my focus. My focus is
no. You're not.
My focus is deliverance.
Mm-hmm.
Huh?
You're not prejudging. You already know.
I already know. I'm sorry, but I'm not a lap dog. I'm sorry. I call it as I see it. I call it as I see it. Mm-hmm. I had enough experience with you fools. Mm-hmm. I'm about to be 61. We in the 21st century, and you still doing the same thing. And it's not the old people. You all dead. So who is this new breed? Well, they're my peer group, and there's people younger than me have been taught to pass this control down the chain. Okay, so that's why it is not going to stop. I don't care what you say. I'm sorry. I'm going to give I don't know. I don't know if I'm comfortable saying that. Saying a what's the word? Mm-hmm. Lance, help me out.
Take your time.
Yeah, because I know I'm running out of energy here. But
I'm not gonna hold you long.
I just want to say that, let me put it this way. If you was once poor, mm-hmm. hungry, and cold, and you found the goose that laid the golden egg, mm-hmm. why would you stop in that goose to continue to enjoy that golden egg? I mean, why would you change up anything too much? Mm-hmm. Why would you? What purpose is it going to serve? Right. See, now I'm about to get into another just because when I say open your eyes and listen, I'm talking about you. We better pay attention. There's growth going on in Africa. Everybody's over there but us. Number one, mm-hmm. Technology comes from there, and everything's growing. So everybody's over there trying to partner. I'm listening at this Caucasian guy who's taking his business over there. Google's over there. So it would behoove them to start changing things in America, how they're treating Black people. Do you understand?
Yes.
It's causing the fact. I'm giving something because I'm going to get something. Okay? Mm-hmm. So you have Africa slowly becoming one on the same accord. And because of that, they're now coming together with their own resources and trades and what have you to bring back the money and everything in Africa. So now they have to deal with Africans. So now when the Africans say, we got our eyes on you and we're not going to accept the way you treated our people over there.
There you go.
Look it. Don't fall for the okie doke. Don't start getting all freaking happy now and saying, okay, now Mr. Whitey is going to treat us better in America and what have you. These people are sneaky as hell.
Big time.
And I hope these big tech companies coming up over there, because I'm listening to this young Black guy, that that's running one. He's inviting investors. But my thing is, when we have, this is not our first rodeo. Okay, when you look at the Moors, and they were skilled at trade and all those things, right? Mm-hmm. And of course, and then the slaves came into picture, what have you. Then they turned around. What did they do to them? Made them out of slaves. So you see how they turn it back and flip it back on you, you know? And they always come with this smile, and then we're brothers. And now, this is another thing that I'm going to say, and then I'm going to get off.
I'm not rushing you.
That perturbs me is now they want to identify themselves with us on a larger scale. Mm-hmm. Oh, well, this will happen. Some Africans migrated into Iceland or Europe in the caves, and it was so cold there, whatever, that we turned white. And our body adapted to the climate, so that's why they got different flat faces and thin lips and then in Africa, that's why you got the big nose. Okay, excuse me, that's a bunch of bullshit, and I don't. I get sick. I get sick when people say that. Especially our educated professors and stuff. Stop that nonsense. That's just like saying that you are related to some Neanderthal when they have, for a fact, tested our DNA, and Africans don't have any traces of Neanderthal DNA. None. Now, just because we are like species, look at all come on. Look at the ocean. You have seals, you have whales. What do they all have in common? Damn, they all can swim, but is a seal a whale? No. Is a shark a whale? No.
Nope.
Okay. And evolution didn't change none of that crap. So same thing for people. We're all different species. We're different species. Okay? And some of us are animal. I'll just put it like it is. We evolved from that. Okay? So my thing is, if we didn't buy Darwin's theory of evolution about monkeys, well, they can't claim that. They can't actually. But when you're looking at us, the first human, there was no evolution taking place. We were it, the humans. So I'm just tired of the miseducation. You're not the only damn one can read a book. You're not the only one that can see and logically think things through. Don't try to make me think that now because all the race mixing, but that wasn't at the beginning of time. So let's keep that real. Let's keep it 100. Let's keep it 100. Not sitting here trying to confuse everybody, because now you're saying to me that it's a good idea. It's okay. We're equal. And that we should be interbreeding still and marrying each other. And then what happens to the melanated people? You need a balance of melanated people on this planet. Yeah. Because if it was no melanation on this planet will explode. It will die. If it's not enough animals and plants and us. Because we are the generation, the generator of the energy, okay, that keeps the sun at bay, the rays. Mm-hmm. So it's just a lot out there, and as you can see, I'm all over the place.
We got you.
I get all that good information because, like I said, I'm always in search of the truth.
Well, let me tell you.
Of the truth.
Let me tell you. You're like an all-you-can-eat buffet. You said you're all over the place, but show me one person who ain't when they're in the all-you-can-eat buffet getting a little bit of this and getting a little bit of that. So as you dish it out, we're eating it up. So that's how we communicate. Yes. So that's just the way it is. I'm going to tell you something.
I just want to put that out there so it can pique curiosity. So, our children and our young adults can start looking at that and saying, well, I didn't know that. Okay, let me check this out, you know? And so you got to just get beyond what they're trying to teach us in school, because that's garbage.
Of course.
You know, that's garbage.
That's to make us waste the next 20 years trying to climb up out of it, if we ever get up out of it, between that and religion. You know what I mean?
Just training you. They training you to be a worker. Okay, bottom line, to do what they want you to do.
That's right.
So, you know, and I'm that person that, no, I am not a peg, and you're not putting me in a round hole.
Right, exactly.
It ain't happening, baby. I'm a square. I have size. Okay.
For real.
Yeah. So I was probably a difficult child too. I know I was, because it's like, no.
In this world, you're supposed to be.
Yeah. That don't mean you're a bad person, because you just don't want to go with the flow.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's
no.
Right.
And I personally, that's how I raise my children. They're opinionated. They get to ask question, and if somebody tells them they can, I get in their face and I tell them, look, if you don't know the answer, just say you don't know the answer. But don't ever tell a child of mine what they can and cannot do. As long as they're respectful to you, that's all that matters. That's all that matters. But if you got a problem with them, you talk to me.
That's right.
You know, so I'm there. I'm there. And that's where we all need us Amazon women. Stand up. Stand up. We beat the French back decades ago. Okay, women. So to protect our people. Okay, so women, we have to stand up, and we have to ready our troops, our children, because they are the future of tomorrow. Okay, and you have to start thinking, how does that picture look?
Right.
I see a beautiful, bright picture. But I will say, if we don't start putting these fools at bay and go back to some form, I have to say it, to separation, because integration doesn't work. It does not work. It never will work. And just because your neighbor Pookie married a white woman and had a few kids, it's not going to change anything. It never changed anything. And then, and grandmothers, we know a lot of us, we can't help it that our sons went off and made babies with somebody that we're not really, we're not really happy about. But at the end of the day, those we have to take those children under our wings, because the society at large is going to shun them, because they're black. They're black. And so this is the bottom line. So we just have to be there, and we just have to get this thing together. Yes. And we don't have to take 600 years to do it. Okay. We don't. You just have to make up your mind, and then just start anywhere. That's what I did. I just woke up one day, I kept listening to, at the time I didn't say ancestors, because I didn't know. I just thought, there's a grandma here or whoever. But I learned the terminology, and once I did, and I realized, looking at my Egyptian pictures of my queens and kings and what have you, because that's what I do a lot. I just I like to try to, in my mind, romanticize, yes, how it must have been, and I have this one awesome picture of Nefertiti and her husband sitting over her, just looking down at her with such pride, and I noticed that when I did date a couple African guys, which I prefer, because the way the mannerism, they're so cultural, you know what I mean? So, and I'm a very cultural woman, and that's important to me. Know who you are as a man, stand up as a man.
Yes.
Don't let another man take that from you,
Say that
and
again.
I'm a woman, but my son always tell me, Mom, they shoot women too. You need to stop being that way. I don't give I don't care. I invite them. Actually, I tell them, go ahead, shoot me. Shoot me. You want to shoot me? And they were like, okay, ma'am, have a nice day. And I was like, after you. You know, so I'm not going to change that because I know very damn well you ain't got no business stopping me. And I let you know I'm a well-educated Black woman. Your worst nightmare.
That's right.
Yeah. So you don't stop me unless you got a reason. Is my tail light out? You know, I go through the whole thing and I keep talking and you're not going to shut me down. So the point is, they don't know what to do with that. They don't. For the most part, they don't. I think they rear up and want to, you know, act like, just get mad to be getting mad. I threw things at them. So they knew, you know what I mean? They knew. And I was confident in it. And it's just something takes over at that moment. They can't take it. They got to get the hell out of Dodge. You know? And so, that probably don't work. It won't work for everybody because you're not grounded. And that's what I say. You have to get grounded. We have to get back in touch with our spirituality. We need to clean ourselves up. Clean ourselves up. You got to make a pledge to yourself today. You're going to be better. You're going to do better than what your parents did. You're going to do better than 1960. You're going to do better. And ain't nobody going to stop you. What of my mantra? I'm a freight train coming through. What do? When a freight train coming through, you get the hell out the way or you get rolled over, you know, and that's my mantra. And that's how I walk and ground myself. You know, I'm a respectful person.
Right.
But don't get in my way. And that's just how I roll. I'm going to die that way. And I know I'm going to die I'm going to die being me. How's that? I know I'm going to die being me.
That's right.
Yeah, I'm going to die being me.
But you're with you from birth. You're with you all your life, and you're going to be with you at that point of transition.
Exactly. So I don't care when somebody say, "Oh, you shouldn't be doing this," whatever. Don't ever tell me. I do what I know that the Creator put in me and allowed me to do. How about that? How about that? You know? How about that? Mm-hmm. And stand on it. And stand on it. And yeah, it limits your social group to change. And frankly, I don't know about you, but for me, at that time, I was delighted. It's like, geez, get these fakers away from me. You know what I mean? You don't stand for nothing. You'll go for anything. You ain't no friend because you'll never have my back. You'll never have my back. You just keep using me, but you never have my back. You know, right now today, I have a lady I went to school with back in 06, but I knew her way before then. Like in 19, I think I met her 1997, somewhere around there. Mm-hmm. But anyways, she always was real, she chased white guys a lot. And she used to tell me, "You the first Black friend I ever had." And I looked at her, I said, "Is that right? You grew up in North Carolina?" "Oh yeah, I was always sneaking over to hang out the white people." Okay, so then one day she went all the way to get her master's degree too, but she ended up going a little kooky because some white guy that she was so crazy about dumped her and told her his friends really didn't, feel that they were a good fit. And when she found out because she's Black, it's like she was devastated. Don't make any sense. I was like, what? I was like, you're very special. But I had to just get her out of my, let her go, get out of my life. Because I'm like, you don't love yourself. You're a fake person. You know what I mean? You are a fake person. You don't love yourself. You had a husband and a Black son by your husband, but you was, running around cheating and trying to be these white men. And he's still taking care of you after divorce and the son turned 18. But you're going to fall apart because this man don't want you because you Black? Really? Damn. I was like, okay, that doesn't make sense to me. That doesn't make sense to me. But it does, now as we gotten older, because you just really didn't love yourself. You didn't love yourself, so you saw no value in other Black people. And there's nothing I can do for you. There's absolutely nothing. I can't help you with that. But I can tell you this much. Mm-hmm. I don't want you around me, messing up my vibe and what I'm doing. Because I ain't got time to babysit.
For real.
So you need to go out there and do your research and find out who you are and learn to love yourself. So right nowadays she'll call anybody I know and try to get me to talk back to her, but it's like, no, it would be a waste of time. I don't have time to spare. I don't have time. I'm on a mission right now. I don't have no time to be messing around with no loosey gooseys. Just don't.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
So, okay, this time I'm going for real. All right.
Like I said, it's not like I'm rushing you. I'm just sitting here soaking it up. I'm like, wow, I'm getting all these bonus beats. You know what I mean? It's like the club. They say we're closing at 3:00, and it's like 4:30. It's like, well, let's just keep on going.
Yeah. But brother, we just have to click with like-minded people.
That's right. That's all we need to do. That's right.
And that's what life taught me. Don't waste your time with people who are not on the same level as you are, because a lot of people don't want that. They want to stay in their ignorance. So, and let them. Don't hurt yourself trying to help them. Mm-mm. Yeah, there's too much work to be done to waste on a person that don't want nothing. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? So, with saying that, I wish everybody a well evening and night, and safe, peaceful night, and. I know our ancestors are watching over us.
And we got to know that. And I thank you for that.
Yes. You're welcome.
Yes.
You're welcome.
For reaffirming that. And for those out there who are listening, don't let these low vibrational people make you feel like you're crazy because you have the gift of discernment. Your eye is open and you're perceptive beyond anything that they can see. Your intuition. These things come standard in our vehicles. With them, they try hard to make it something they can add on, but it never really works because they weren't built for that. We're the ones that built for that. That's what I like to see us out of our mind, drunk, high, angry, lusty, all these things. They laugh because now you've reduced yourself so they can defeat you. Vibrate at a high level, they could never touch you. You see what I mean? Keep in control of your emotions. Think like an assassin. Not that you're looking to kill anybody, but you're looking to snuff out all things that are unrighteous. And since that's all they have to offer you, you can snuff them out by not indulging in their filth. And always look to vibrate higher incrementally each and every day. My sister, oh, look at that. It just hung up. She might have hit it by mistake, but I'm going to do it that way. I might want to come on for a few minutes after this show and just make some little announcements. Let's see if Elegy's down for that. Like just a little 20-minute show, 30 minutes something. We can talk freely because I haven't gotten on like that in a while. I'm going to play a little music. Let me hear from Elegy if she wants to do that in the comment section. And I've been trying to get to bed a little earlier, and we have a surprise at 11 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. So, we don't can I say it, Sister Ella? Can I say who it's going to be? I'll type it in. I won't say it. Folks, I have to look at the screen. Okay, let's see. Let me put the name here. And, things can always happen and make it where, okay. Yes. Okay, here's the name. Let me just hear from Sister Ella also. That's who we're going to have tomorrow morning at 11 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. So in actuality, it's going to be another, 11 hours and 16 minutes? Exactly, Raw. Exactly. I can't because I want to be rested and I want to really get up early and hit a nice little video by the lake. Then I have to work on that. and then I'll come on and work on, you know, that show of the name I just put in. I'm not saying it over the broadcast, but we were supposed to do it today. And there's another announcement. I don't know if Ella wants to say it, a milestone. I'll have her say it. And I've kept it hidden for a while, but I'll have her say it. Go ahead, Sister Ella, say it. Or should I just reveal it? It'll take a little time to reveal it. I have to go deep in the guts. I'll let Ella tell it. Don't tell it. Keep it under wraps for a little while. Let's see what she says. Yeah, let's see what she says. Right? No, it's not like something, you know, like some super duper guest or whatever. Yeah, we have a super duper guest in the name that I put on. It's going to be on 11 a.m. And I'm going to have to work on the banner and everything like that. She's not going to come on visually, but yeah, she's going to be there. And she goes long. So if you have to go to work tomorrow, your lunchtime, wherever it is, we're going to rock, you know, because it's starting at 11 and we're just going to rock with it. And I have the rest of the day free from shows, but I have, you know, back scene things to do, you know, but I will do more shows. That's how we do it. I might record something in the style that I did when we spoke about Malcolm X's daughter. Everybody seemed to enjoy that. And, you know, I'll do it that way. You know what, Ella? Instead of doing a separate thing, just come on for a few minutes if you can and just ring the phone and I'll put you right on. How about that? We'll do it that way. You know. Wow. Just got a text message. Just got a text message here. Yeah. Call. You want to do a separate one, Ella? Rashawn Robertson, thank you so much. Much respect to you and everybody here. You want to do a separate one? Yeah, let's do a separate one. Well, no, yeah. I got you on. Let's just do it like this. For everybody, this is like bonus beats and whatnot. Let me hear you. You should be live.
I'm here.
Okay, good. She's here. Yeah, the Ghana piece, that brother was awesome. A very powerful piece. So should we keep the milestone quiet for a little while or make an announcement? Just passed over it.
I was writing that it's your call.
Oh, you want to type it in? Type it in. I'll make
no,
it.
No. I'm not going to type it. Say it. I think it sounds better coming from you.
Okay. What I want to do as proof somebody thinks I'm lying, I'm going to actually let people see it. You see what I mean? And then I'll come and say it. Just give me a little talk for 90 seconds. I'm just going to turn myself to the other computer.
Okay. All right. I think the folks on here, they've been troopers. You know, lots of commentary going on, so I think they deserve to hear it.
Okay, definitely. I'm gonna click a few buttons so they can see it. That way, when they go to the page, they can see it. Okay, just give me 30 seconds to talk. I gotta turn my head away from this mic. I didn't have the double mic situation. Like if I turn my head this way or that way, so you wouldn't hear me too good. Just give me 30 seconds. But or should I play some music?
Play some music. Play my music.
I'm gonna play Ella's theme right now. Here we go. Okay, what I want everybody to do is to refresh their page. If you're looking at it directly on YouTube, if you're by a computer or whatever, and I just want to say I want to thank everybody because we just crossed 100,000 subscribers. We just crossed 100,000 subscribers, and it's not about a number, but it's that YouTube has made it so hard to get to that number, removing subscribers, you know, just shadow banning you, you know, just keeping it where your notifications don't go out. We're basically swimming upstream, and it's not about a celebration for me, but it's for everybody here who supports just never in a never ending fashion. And it's a testimony to you who stuck with me through the good shows, the corny ones, the shows where people were frauds, or, you know, sometimes I fell asleep and I said I was going to do a show, or just, you know, this is basically a mom and pop operation, y'all. This is not
all your hard work.
Yeah, thank you. I'm humble about it. You know what I mean? And I know that, you know, a balloon can't fly unless it's got the helium inside of it. You know what I mean? So that's why it's not about me. It's about everybody here who, like I said, over the years, and if you're a new subscriber, you have the same spirit and heart, I'm with it. That's what it's all about. So, you know, that's just there's so much more to go. You know what I mean? And it's not just, well, you know, I'm a number freak or whatever. It's just a milestone. And if I kept quiet about it, folks will say, well, why didn't you tell me? Why didn't you tell me? Now, you know, these things go up and down. You might have like 50 haters go around and say, I'm going to unsubscribe. Now he doesn't have it no more, but it'll keep coming. You know what I mean? But if you refresh the page, and I'll leave it open all night, and I'll probably hide the number again, because I don't want people to get caught up in a number. You know what I mean? I want them to get stay into the soul of it, and that's what I do.
Exactly.
You know,
exactly.
And I knew for a long time we were getting closer, and then it's like, wait a second, this is getting too close. Then actually,
it just happens. It happens so quickly.
Yeah.
I mean, compared to the last time you showed me the numbers, and I said, oh, this will be the end of the month. Was I wrong?
But to do that with so much opposition from the actual platform itself, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
You know, that's what gets me. You know, some people don't get these issues, and I'm okay. I don't complain about what other people have. I don't look sideways. I don't look at other channels. Oh, I'm gonna do this and copy this. I try to remain original and come the way from my heart, you know. And because I'm open for the suggestions, my thing is say, hey, tell me what I'm doing wrong. Tell me what I'm doing right. Take the good and leave the bad. Just like I say it, I do it myself. There's a lot of things I need to correct and improve and learn on, and I'm really into this. So it's not like, you know, so it got there, but it's because of everybody here, whether I know their name or they just listen silently.
Yeah.
There's a whole lot of people who listen silently, and people who support and keep everything going. And look, let me just be raw with it, because people talk about money and different things, and they you know, sometimes they see the jet in the truck and they think I have those things, and like, oh, you got me. Yeah, I'm not a person who's destitute, but what I'm saying is that this is my dedication.
That's a projection.
Yes. See, my thing is that whatever I receive, it goes right back into this. Right back. I do not play. I can show receipts if you don't believe me, because this is my passion, and I'm going to always be on Never Turn Hollywood on Nobody. Because look, I'm too old for that. I've got a lot of hugs when I was young. I used to be in bodybuilding and get standing ovations as a teenager. So my psyche's not wired to be, oh, I want attention now. Subscribe. I'm going to make you subscribe by putting out quality content several times a day, not once a week.
Exactly.
Quality. You know what I mean? Quality. I'm not knocking nobody else. I'm just saying I'm doing this to the best of my abilities, and every day I'm supposed to learn something and get better and better. And wherever I go, you're going to be there. Whatever trip I take, you're going to be there. Whatever people I meet that are willing to get in front of the camera, you trust me, you're going to be there, and you're going to know it's real and not staged, not some corny whatever. A lot of times I do lives while I'm somewhere, especially when I was in Ghana, and you saw how it happened right there. So again, I'm not going to go too long. Oh yes, Lola Falana, there'll be a whole lot more new graphics. I'm not going to rest on any laurels, whatever have you. Now it's more of a responsibility to me. It's like a psych. Oh man, I got to that number. We got to that number. Boom, I got to get better. You know what I mean? Better music, better graphics, better shows, just everything. Different things, funny things. And I just want to thank everybody who has helped. Mind, body, and spirit. It's not, you know, money's good. Yes, we understand it. I truly appreciate it, but just the sharing too, and just the spirit. You know what I mean?
Right.
The whole thing, whichever way it comes, I'm happy. You know, I'm happy because I couldn't have done this without everybody here.
No, you couldn't. No, you couldn't. So it's wonderful that you're sharing it live right now with everyone.
Yes.
You know, this way it keeps them, it keeps them committed to you because, they're sharing in everything that's happening to you, your successes, and
I'm committed.
I'm
committed to my family here. You know what I mean? I'm straight up committed. You know, I mean, okay, and I'm not even asking for props, right? Just this, the time spent, the end result. You know what I mean? Consistent over the last almost 20 years. Less on YouTube because YouTube wasn't around, but I'm a dinosaur who's seen people come in the blogging world. And one time it was just about blogging. Then social media came around, and it was blogging and social media. Social media wiped out the blogs for the most part, unless you're really a big one. And then YouTube came, and a lot of folks didn't pay it no mind. And I wish I got into it earlier. I would have had a foothold, but would have been a lot deeper in it. But like I said, I've seen over time, and I know the trajectory, and that's a heck of a how can I put it? Experience as far as a person having a long resume, job experience. I remember those days and what it was like. It's different now, but to survive and change and adapt and still be here, that's amazing to me. You know what I mean? And I'm not gonna get too corny on everybody.
No, my philosophy. You are where you are because that's where you're supposed to be at the time that you're there. You know what I'm saying? So think, saying that you wish you had gone on earlier. Yeah, it would have been nice, but right now is the time that you're supposed to be here.
Yes, Thank you.
So
thank you, Seeker of Self. And I'm glad you're here, Dee Dee Heyman. Thank you. Wow.
Yeah.
It's something, but
this is wonderful. This is absolutely wonderful. I'm happy for you. I'm happy for you. I'm happy for your family. I'm happy for the hard work that you've all put into it.
No, we happy. All of us. Like I said, this is our little party. All of us here who are here in the chat, who hear it, and they're not in the chat, or who will hear it later on or 2 years from now. It's our party. You know what I mean? Because what good is it to say I owned a nightclub and had the best nightclub in town? Nobody was there. It'd be a boring place now, wouldn't it? You know what I mean?
It would be.
Yeah, exactly. It would be. It wouldn't mean nothing.
Exactly.
So to know that all of our family who are here, there's some who have to work or have to sleep, or the notifications don't go out. But for them to be here, they want to be here. They're here because they want to be here. Of
course, yes.
And that's what makes me feel good. Not that I had to say, keep bugging them. Come on. Or I'm artificial. You know it's real. You all know it's real out here. And like I said, even though that number is where it's at, I still say I'd rather 1,000 strong than 1 million who are watered down. So since we have the 100,000 plus, hey, it's more of the real. And I'm quite sure in that number, a couple of the people are there just to watch to see something negative, whatever. But I'm not going to even think that way. I'm going to focus on the positive, and I'm going to get rid of.
It took you too long. It took you too long to get here for this not to be real people.
True.
It took you too long. I mean, you have other folks out there who got to 100,000 with less content than you. So
yes.
This was a slow and steady growth, and it's the kind of growth that's not going to go away.
True. But you see, it means something to me. Maybe for those folks who have less content, because for me, it's the joy of the process. I mean, I can't not share something. I stay strapped all the time. I got it on my hip. I got a GoPro. I got another camera in the trunk. You know what I mean? I keep all kinds of stuff with me. If I go out to take out the garbage, trust me, I got a camera on me. And it's not just the camera. I'm getting back into the writing and the drawing and stuff like that. So, I want to bedazzle, with, it's almost like winning a fight with one arm broken. You only had one fight. Oh man, wait till I bring both hands and put both hands on the opponent. We're really gonna fly. You know, seriously. You know what I mean? But I believe in the quantity and quality. But it's got to be quality. But you can do quality and you can do a little more and a whole lot more if your mind is focused. So I'm just looking for new ways to be more efficient. And like I said, it's just the most enjoyable thing. Like I said, I'm
a beautiful thing.
I'm on the other side of my 50s, you know, going towards 60. And
really?
And I don't have time for a midlife crisis.
I would never have known if you had.
You know, get out of here. You already know.
Oh my gosh.
Because I say it every show.
No kidding.
I'm like the little kid. My name is Lance, and I'm 5 years old. I got that big little sticker that's half off.
Exactly. It's like, if they don't know how old you are by now, they ain't never gonna know. Trust me.
That's one thing everybody will know. It must be funny. I was looking at a video, and I was like, yeah, you know, thanks for the birthday wishes. 49 years old or something. I said, man, you know, it's crazy. I bet you can find like clips of the age every year, of course, because every show has.
I'm sure there are.
Now everybody's going to be looking.
And you know what? You're going to, after July, no, but let's see. But wait a minute. April, May, June, July,
I'll start talking about 58.
Right, exactly. Right around September, you're going to be like, I'll be 58 in a few months. I just turned 57.
I know.
I just passed 57. I'm coming up on 50. Hey, it is what it is.
No, but I don't sweat the chronological. I'm just glad that, you know, because you know what it is, as the chronological age advances,
yeah,
you don't realize how many people you represent in your walk. You see what I mean?
True.
So me now in the outside world, when there's no camera on me or whatever, I make sure to live in a way that I would not embarrass anybody here. Because many people say, man, you know, Lance, the truth, Lance, I don't want to be caught up in anything that's going to be embarrassing. Say, oh man, another one struck down. That's bad. I really thought the guy was real. Or, no. Mm-mm. Oh, Shelly Patterson, thank you. And Dee Dee,
yes.
Sandra. Yeah, you know,
yeah,
so
they're all your troopers are here.
Yeah, I can't let nobody down. You know what I mean? No. I understand. Even if, look, you don't have to be somebody who has like 10 million followers and on TV and all this stuff. But what I've come to realize is that the blur between YouTube, social media, and the actual television set, it's a thin line now. You know, we're more online. So, not to go back at that, but back in 2016 when I was on the Dr. Drew show, and the producers at CNN, because CNN owns, okay, what is it that they own there?
Headline News.
Yeah, Headline News. That's what it was. Yeah, it's late, you know. But they were like, God, dude, listen, how many people you have working for you? I said, working for me? What do you mean? I said, I'm a bus driver. I go drive the bus 11 hours a day. I do a show in the morning, a show at night, write a little bit, and try to learn a little more and get better. They said, no, man, you must have at least 15 people working for you. We're looking at the amount of content that you have. I said, this is an extreme hobby for me. I love doing this, you know, and they couldn't believe it. I think I had like about, I don't know, at that time, as far as followers are concerned, I think it was 7 or 8, maybe 6,000 or something like that, 6 or 7,000. And they're looking at me like I'm doing something so. But I'm like, I only got 6,000 followers. What do you mean? Not that anybody less. It's, hey, like I said, I'm thinking the way they were thinking. Like, how are you doing so much? And I'm like, well, that's just what I do. And it made me want to do more. I said, yeah, don't get them white folks running. We're gonna make them run. But like I say, as a, and I'll say it like this. And this is not me pushing out my chest because I'm proud for all of us, and I want that for us, and I want that for other people who do their own thing too. But as an independent, Black-owned media, which we'll say media because that's what it is now. You got white folks up there with YouTube channels. Yes, we Young Turks and so and so. Well, why can't we be that way? You know what I mean? Why can't we be that way? I mean, this is technically, yes, it is. It's not just a YouTube channel.
It is a media platform. Of course. The
business name is SCURV Media LLC, and it's been like that for years. And that's how,
And
when I do business, whatever, that's the name that I use, SCURV Media.
right.
So we got to make them respect that and other platforms that
And
are
now it's
reputable.
coming full circle. Now it's coming full circle, and it's going to be out there more.
Exactly.
It's going to be more visible. It's going to be, you know.
That's right. That's right.
SCURV Media is going to be a household name.
But it's not just me. It's everybody who comes on. So, you know, like just
Right.
Queen Nefertiti just got off. It's a collective.
Yeah.
It's just that's when I started it out. That's the name I put on it. But like I say, I'm never going to fail to acknowledge everybody who, without everybody, it would not get where it is. You know what I mean? Seriously.
Projection, Lance. Projection. Sometimes you do things and you don't know why you do it, and then later on it all, you know, reveals itself.
Just
so
like,
everything that you're doing, you know.
Just like Raw Reality said, it's a family. It's not just a media platform. You're right. We're like we're like the righteous mafia, the righteous black mafia.
Oh yeah, don't mess with it. Don't mess with us.
And we're all over the world.
That's right.
Don't
mess with this family.
Wow.
We're serious. You know, we're serious. Everybody that comes on here, Carrie, Segment, you know, Brother Kwaku, everybody.
Too much to list. Too much to list.
Yes.
Sister Miko, right?
Yeah.
Oh,
that's
man.
Miko. Oh my gosh, yes, I couldn't forget her. Yeah. You know.
Yeah,
absolutely. So, every single Mrs. SCURV, let me not forget. Oh God,
right?
You know,
cussing out the Jamaican politicians.
Not. You know,
she'll end up swimming with the fishes.
Listen,
like
tell them about themselves. Tell them about themselves. Just tell them about themselves, man. You know. Tell them, you know, shape up.
But it's ironic that we hit that number when we did that legacy show of Malcolm X. That's when it hit because I sent you a little screenshot. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And
right.
You were like, well, you were blown away, and I was like, wow, because you didn't know it was going to get there that quick.
I was shocked.
But it was ironic that it would happen exactly on that particular show. You know what I mean?
Perfect show. It couldn't happen. It couldn't happen anywhere else. Everything, it was like the stars aligned because you had other things planned and they got canceled.
Right.
And you threw that in.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
That's
so it's like everything just lined up for this to happen at the perfect time. So, you know, it's all good. It's all good.
And I just want to let everybody know I will have the I Will Breathe shirts ready tomorrow. I just, you know, I ran earlier and did a lot, and I had to do some stuff, as you will know from earlier, Ella. And then you know, the Sophia show that had to get canceled to tomorrow. She had a business call that was extremely important, so we were communicating, and so that it might happen tomorrow. Let's hope not. But 11 o'clock, you know, Eastern Standard Time, we're going to get on. So that's why I'm going to probably, you know, maybe not do a separate, you know, live tonight. I want to still do those little late night shows, which a lot of them have gotten pushed away because I've been doing so much. I'm gonna touch some graphics tonight for a little bit. That helps to relax me. My mind is always wound up. You know that. You know, sometimes I forget that I'm tired. You know, and just to get my rest so we can make better improvements and stuff like that. I got so many creative ideas, so many different engaging creative ideas. I just have to know the technology and how to pull it off. But I have these things in my head. I wanted to let's just talk about something just like this is a late show. I just want to say something that's real. I'm not putting anybody's business out there because you would never know who they are, but I do want to say it, and it's really I'm pissed, and I'm hurt at the same time, and I just got some news that two buddies of mine, they're a couple years older than me, and this is to show, this is deep, and I'll keep it quick. This is to show how we can get in our own way. You know, as men, we have to be able to do whatever it is that we need to do to take care of ourselves and our family. There should be nothing beyond us. If the only way for me to earn my living is to scrub a toilet that doesn't flush, that's full of feces, if that's what I have to do, let me get the gloves, let me get the spray, let me get the thing to scoop it out or whatever. If I got to wash somebody's backside, I'll do it. If it's from a brother or sister, no problem. but you have to be able to adapt to do what it is that you have to do. And I've had many episodes
True.
and times in my life when I've done things that others would say, "Oh, that's below you." No, 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 no. Every blow is not a knockout blow. Every blow is not going to knock the
Right.
opponent out. And sometimes you're going to have unexpected circumstances where you're going to have to just suck it up. And this is why
Right.
I'm never letting go of that credo. Even when things are going smooth, I'm pushing. I'm pushing. I'm going for the knockout. I'm throwing punches. And sometimes they're soft. Sometimes they're hard. Sometimes you don't have the strength. You're gasping. Your arms are hurting. But you keep pressing forward. That's all I know.
Mm-hmm.
So even if a
Mm-hmm.
performance of mine looks weak, it was strong because I had to push through so much, but you didn't know the obstacles that I had in front of me in life, the battles I've had to go through. And it's made me tougher.
Right.
So now when things come at me, I'm like, okay, all right. It don't feel good. It's not a nice situation, but you know what? I got through all the other ones that you put in front of me. I'm going to get through this because the creator is not going to put
Exactly.
anything more in front of you than what you can handle.
Then you can
And a lot
handle.
of times
That's
things
right.
look worse than what they really are. I mean, they're not as worse as the way they look. And then sometimes things can sneak up on you and they're worse than what they really look like. So you don't know. It's a roll of the dice, but you have to know. Don't worry about what it looks like in front of you. Just know what you have inside of you. That's what you have to have.
That's true.
You know, but the
That's
story,
true.
what I want to say is that there are two brothers that I know, and they're both, this is unbelievable. And I'm angry with them because I know them very well. I looked up to them. I'll just give you a little background. I knew him from the neighborhood, met him through a mutual friend, really close mutual friend, and who lives right on the block, who knows my other friend Carlos and all of the other ones, right? And really good guy. And I met these other guys through him because he's 4 years older than me, so his buddies are older. But I used to hang with them, and these guys used to do amateur films and stuff like that. You know, just really
Right.
amateur
Right.
stuff with Super 8 cameras and special effects and everything. And so I hung around them, and I learned a lot about making movies. But making movies back then on the amateur level was really crude, but it still came
Totally
off good.
different.
It's totally
Yeah.
different. So you put a lot of work, you know, into it. But make a long story short, you know, their father passed away, their mother eventually passed away. You know, I'm not telling their business. I have to tell this part. Had this nice house they inherited. You know, they were doing good. They're both professors. They're both professors.
Wow.
Right? Okay, right. But they have no grit. I'm very angry with them, and I feel sorry for them and sad at the same time. This is to show you how we can fall because sometimes we can't accept to do something that we tell ourselves is less than us. There's nothing less.
Mm-hmm.
I'll do it all. I'm not doing the
Mm-hmm.
prostitution or nothing illegal, whatever have you, but I will do anything legal. I will do
Mm-hmm.
anything. And if somebody comes to me the wrong way, I might do something illegal to defend myself now. You know what I mean? And
Right.
yeah, okay, they might try to beat me up and I end up robbing them. Okay, you punch me, I'll knock you out. I mean, empty your pockets. No, I wouldn't do that. That's bad karma. But they fell on hard times. And one of them, the two brothers, one lived in Cleveland and New York, and the other one moved to California, was back and forth to New York to their inherited home.
Mm-hmm.
So they were doing well as professors. I won't tell the area
Right.
that they were in, but they fell on hard times and they didn't have the work that they wanted.
Right.
I don't know the professor lingo when you teach in
Listen,
schools.
you know what? You don't even have to explain all of that to
Yeah.
me because I look. I understand that dynamic only too well.
Yeah, see. Now
Yeah.
they were full time, and they were offered, for some reason there was not as much work to get around or whatever, and they offered them at different schools part-time work that was a little out of what they were usually teaching, but they can still handle well. And they're like, no. We have to have it where it's just this category, you know, basically. And they stuck to that. So the work didn't come. So the bills didn't get
Right.
paid. They were still offered work. This is the thing. They were still offered work. Why didn't you take it? And in our dealings as friends, they were bullheaded growing up. Even though they were like about 4 years older than me, they were bullheaded on stupid things. And it never hit right with me. And so now I'm seeing the same thing inside of them. So now they end up homeless. but
Oh
they were
my God.
arrogant. But I'm saying not from something that really pulled the rug from under their feet. It was gradual, and they were stubborn because they were like, no, we have to have full-time work in this particular area. But you can piece it together and keep things going. So, and these are brothers, man. These guys are brilliant. So they end up almost on the street. Now, my friend that grew up on the block with me, he's in a studio apartment, him and his girlfriend. He's working. You know, I'm not saying he's a millionaire or anything, but he's holding afloat. So he says, listen, my girlfriend is not gonna let you come in here. If it was just me, bro, you can come in, whatever. But this is what we both agreed. My car that's not working. At nighttime when you want to sleep, you can sleep in there. It's a safe neighborhood. It's out there.
Oh my God.
Because the place that they had was super tiny. And you got a woman in there. Come on. You know what I mean? And so he said, listen, instead of being on the street, at least come there. And when we get up and go to work in the morning, you can come in. They had keys. You can come in. If you got to come in at nighttime, use the bathroom, whatever have you, come in. But you can shower, get clean. You can keep some of your things up here to change. And as we'll wash your things. You can get something to eat, no problem. But by the time we get home, we just want to have our privacy. Because they have other stresses. They have other stresses on their life with other family members and stuff like that. Okay, make a long story short. This goes on for almost 5 years. 5 years.
5 years?
5 years. Your professor.
God almighty.
Could you relocate? Could you find work elsewhere if you don't want to do what they give you? And all the while, they were offering them. And they turned their nose up at it. See, so this is what I mean to say, and I've learned this from driving the bus all those years, and even working in corrections, that some people who are in situations, I'm not saying all, I would like to think that most have a level head. And for those who don't, there are emotional and mental issues, spiritual issues, drug issues, abandonment issues, and a combination of all. Sometimes you have people who have emotional issues with drug issues or spiritual issues and mental issues. So I'm pretty good once I'm around a person to figure what that is, but I cannot figure this one out. I cannot figure for the life of me because I know them, but I know they're bullheaded. But come on, how bullheaded would you be to just let it go down like that? So now the car,
and both of them at the same time. I mean, both of that makes no sense.
These guys can on their hobby of movie making, which that's the hobby, that's not the area that they're in teaching. They can tell you so much. They've taught classes. They've been summoned to teach classes on this. Yes, they know. So a lot of the times when I'm doing
maybe this is a wake-up call that they haven't heeded. Maybe this was for them to take that hobby to another level.
Well, you know what?
You know what I mean?
But
they never looked at it that way.
But all these years, they're stuck in their ways. They're in the early 60s now. You see? And it doesn't mean that when look, I want to be doing my thing 70, 75, 80. No, right. I mean, number don't mean to me. If I'm alive and kicking and well, which I feel I will be, there'll be a LANCESCURV show when I'm 80 years old. Oh, yeah. And I'll be saying on my next birthday at 81. Yes, I will. And then we'll compile all the shows from every year saying that. So, no, but there's more. There's more. And it's never too late, but it's more. So now, the car that my friend that he had, he couldn't really afford it as far as maintenance and stuff. So it would sit there. And he fixed it a little bit. It would run a little bit. But he never really ran it because they were sleeping in that car at night. And the car is a small car. It's an old Mustang. So when the neighbors complained and said, listen, that car's got to move. We know you have the papers straight on it, but it's just an eyesore and it's just sitting there. And they got hip to what was going on. Come on, how could you not? So the car had to go. And they had nowhere to go. He let them stay in there for a couple of days, but his girlfriend was like, listen, at least let's have a normal life inside of here because we work for it. And why? She would have had more of a heart if they went and did certain things, because she's like, listen, you can get a job at a fast food joint quick. And down the block, I got hookups. Just slip on in there, do a couple hours of your day, walk on back in. And then if you do that, we'll let you stay up in here with us until you accumulate, because I find down the block, they got rooms and the rooms are cheap and you both can get the room. No, that's below me. This is why I'm going, this is why I'm not trying to make it seem, I don't make it seem like I'm hard-hearted to somebody who had a bad fall in life. That's why I'm angry about this. It's going to take me a little longer to go to sleep because I know these guys and they did this to themselves, man. This was not a situation where, oh, it's unfortunate and this, I can understand. You come on, 5 years you have this arrangement, sleeping in the car in front of your friend's house where you get a key. You settled for that, and your professors and the schools are calling you saying, hey, we got work for you, we need you, even so almost full time.
What's wrong? Something is wrong.
Both of them. I got to tell you another thing. Not that we adhere to anything as far as Christianity, but one of them is a pastor. He's a pastor and a professor. But that pastor stuff went all out the window a long time ago, right? But now here's the thing. They had one phone that was working between the both of them, like a Metro phone, some basic plan or something like that. And they were getting some type of aid. And it was always my friend's girlfriend who kind of like said, hey, I can get this for you. Or did you hear about this? I'll help you fill this out. You know, I don't want to go stand up somewhere and get no food stamps. I don't want to go somewhere standing up and look at, come on, your pride, man. Between not eating. So now, here it is now. The car had to get off the road. The girlfriend's like, listen, they've been here 5 years with us. I know them well now, but they got to step it up. They had time to step it up. Let them know one last time, I will help you if you take one of these jobs that were open.
Exactly.
It's down there in Laurelton, Queens, all up and down Merrick Boulevard. There's fast food joints that would have took them on a hookup.
So they're back in the area, in that area?
No, because once that car was gone, there was nowhere to sleep. So since they didn't want to take the fast food joint work, both of them had positions waiting for them just to say yes. No, nothing, just on the fact that, like, okay, like say you said, listen, Lance, you got a hookup in Florida for a job. I'm like, yeah, I know the guy well. You already got the job. I told him about you. He's giving it to you on my back.
On site, right? On site. Exactly.
You ain't got to worry about nothing. I already told him how you are. This, and that. You got it like that. And you turn around and say, I don't think so. It's below me. No,
then you know what? Then she needs to put their asses out on the street or whatever.
That's
the
what
hell
I'm trying
happens,
to say.
That's what happens.
You know, that's
you know, if that's their mentality,
yes,
then she can't prop them up anymore.
Yeah, but yeah. No, but definitely, it was just said, raw reality says something snapped. They always had these traits, though. They always had this. I have to say it. They never did it to me. But I would see them throw off like, yeah, we're better than them guys over there. We're better than them guys over there. You know, what are you talking to them for? Like, we would hang out, and I never hung out with them a lot. Because one was like, the pastor, before he was a pastor, he was younger, he was like a bad drinker. And he had a bad attitude. You know, he would, I'm going to tell it. I'm not goofing on him, and I'm still not through with the story, but he would drive you out. Like, okay, he drove, and some of the younger guys didn't drive. And he would drive you out to Queens into Manhattan, and you having a good time. And he would love to drive drunk. Not drunk, but a little tipsy. So the same guys that came with you, doesn't it make sense that you're going to drive them home? And,
exactly.
You know, he would look at everybody, well, where y'all going? Where are you going? Because he was like an old man when he was young, a little tipsy. Where you going, man? I said, what do you mean? We get ready to go home, right? I ain't no damn cab. You better learn how to take that subway. He did it to a lot of people, man.
Oh my God.
Ain't no damn cab. Then he would feel bad on the highway, and he'd go right by the subway and park away from the off the subway because he felt bad. And they would get off. They're like, nah, man, you made us take the train. F you. Come on, man, jump in the car, man. You know, I get drunk, whatever. Nah, man, being drunk is an amplifier. It made you, you know, and he was, I'm not taking the time to rag, but I have to tell you the character that has always been. You know, there was one humble girl one time when he lived in his mother's home, and you know, he was in college, and his mother was kind of under the weather. So, you know, it's one of them situations where why move out? Let me stay here type thing. So there was a young lady he was dropping home from school when he was a student. And so she wasn't talking nothing about sex, nothing flirting, no indication of nothing. Even me as a young man, as advanced as I was in my movement, I would never assume. It had to be staring me straight in the face for me to say, okay, whatever, you move forward. Well, he said, well, I wanna go home real quick and use the restroom. But I'll let you downstairs and I'll put the TV on for you. It's gonna take me a while. My stomach is messed up. Okay. So she goes downstairs and sits there. And this is a platonic thing that they've been like this for a long time, you know. So he went up there and took a sip of some wine or some liquor or something. And she's sitting there. About 15 minutes later, here he comes walking down the steps with a big smile on his face with no clothes on. You can't do that to women, man. She screamed. She screamed and she tackled him. Ah! And the mother woke up because she was up on the second floor. She came down. He ran up there trying to catch the girl. The girl ran out the front door. The mother's coming down the steps. She's seeing him naked, and then she sees what it is. But yeah, he's a fun guy, but he had some things. That just wasn't right, you know. But yeah, the thing is now they disappeared. They had one phone, and so my friend who let them, you know, use the apartment and everything to clean up and everything, he called them. He's like, "Listen, I want to know if you guys are all right." And come to find out, the one there with the really creepy attitude that would, you know, tell you this is no damn cab. He's sleeping on the subway now.
Oh.
And then since they had one phone, the other brother, they both were sleeping. Two professors. It's two. And then what they were embarrassed. They were embarrassed when students that they knew saw them, and they were still trying to dress like chill. You know what I mean? Like have little ties on. You know, like they were still teaching because that was in their mind. And now they had to hide what little clothes they had publicly, because in speaking to many who are homeless, the biggest obstacle that they have is where you're going to put your stuff.
Right.
I would have never known that unless they told me. Not everybody, hi, I'm homeless. The biggest, but I've talked with many, and I didn't pry. We would talk, and I would let them ride. They say, listen, man, I'm tired. It's cold out there. I know you're riding until probably like 1:30. Can I just go back there and sleep? I said, go ahead and knock yourself out. And times they, you know, and they knew my schedule. And, you know, a lot of times it would three or four dudes that I knew, women, especially the women I had I had a heart for them. And some had drug problems, some had this, some were gay prostitutes, I've seen it all out here. I've seen it all before I even left New York. When I get down to Orlando, just continued doing that kind of work. So anyway, one of the brothers, well, the one who, you know, the main one, we'll call him the main one because he always acted up. The other one, years before, had a stroke, but it was no visible, you know, signs of it. So the bad brother woke up one day on the subway and didn't see his other brother around. He didn't see him for like 2 or 3 weeks until he called him because they thought that he was dead. I just before the show, this is what I found out. When Nefertiti called me, I had to get off the phone with my friend. I'm not telling their business because this could be anybody. I don't tell people's business as far, but this one had to be told because I know a lot of sad stories, and I try my best to help as many people as I can on all levels. You know, the Creator knows. But this one here, with that attitude, because I spoke to my direct friend who was helping the two friends, and I said, listen, I got hookups down here in Florida. I really don't have the hookups now. But in those days, I had some really serious hookups where they could have come down and lived and you know, they wouldn't have to pay rent right away. One of those situations, or at all for a while until they got on their feet. You know, I knew a couple guys who, on the strength of their connection with me, I was telling them about them. I said,
we'll take them in. Right.
Yeah, they said, yo, tell them to come down. I'll pay for the tickets. We'll treat them nice. I got a big family. And I gave the message. Oh, no, we don't want to come down to no damn Florida. Okay, come on, man. Come on. And this is a lesson I want everybody to know. Not that anybody here needs it. But come on. You're going to turn your nose. So what are you turning your nose? Look, when you get hungry, that donut, the garbage can look pretty good now, don't it?
Just like what Raw Reality said, something.
But two of them.
Yeah, something happened.
Yeah, but
something happened.
It's got to be
and
extreme.
It's sinister.
Yeah.
Something sinister happened.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, it has to be for both of them to be that way.
To the extreme. So
yeah,
this other one,
happened.
the other brother was in some type of, I wouldn't say nursing home, shelter, some type of situation, but he was sick. And they don't know what it is. They were thinking it was a COVID thing, but he was sick. As far as I know, he's not dipping and dabbing, you know, but I just know them at their peak. The one brother got the attitude issue, and the other one is just as stubborn as him. But I just remember them, and I'm saying it almost like they've transitioned. It's weird because a part of them has. I remember them as being just so progressive and super intelligent, and I just can't see it. You know, but there were things below the surface, I guess, but the arrogance of saying what you won't do. Right. I know in my life I've had to do some things and jump different levels. You know what I mean? And I've said it before on the show. How
long have their parents been gone?
Oh, good. It didn't just happen right away. The mother passed away, I say maybe like 25, 30 years ago.
Oh,
so
okay.
There's no, you know, there's no delayed reaction.
Correlation.
Yeah. I'm not a doctor or whatever to say, or professional, whatever. But I know if they went through half the stuff I went through, and I can't compare.
Right.
You know, I had it rough for many years on different levels, emotionally mainly. You know what I mean, and just the relationships and stuff and everything. And I've told it before on the show. When I divorced my ex-wife, I left. You know, I was about to buy a house. I backed out of that because it wasn't a good situation for me. I divorced her, and when I left, I said, "Yeah, you keep whatever we got. Keep it. What did I walk away with? A laptop with a cracked screen and a bicycle that you pedal." And I rebuilt up from then while paying a whole lot of money. So nobody can tell me, because there's things out of that. That's all I'll tell. But there's things and suffering and sacrifice for years out of that decision. People, you know, you can pay a lot of money.
Bringing it all back to where we started. That story brings it right back to where we started. You know, you're not afraid to do whatever you have to do.
That's something I know
to get wherever you want to go.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? And that's the difference.
Well, and I'm not elevating myself over anybody. I'm just saying, I look back on those times, and when I look at good times, I say, you know what?
Right.
There's no way. When things are good, I'm still hungry. When things are good, I'm moving like I'm hungry. I'm not taking anything for granted. And that's when you make your biggest progress. And that's what keeps you from really falling all the way down, because you have such a momentum, like a rock skimming on a lake. You know, when you throw a rock and it skims, and one person says, "Oh, I got 3 skims out of that rock." Well, I got 4, because you threw it harder and you went in with an angle and you got it just right. So momentum will carry you where you don't fall. But if you're not about anything, you'll just drop because you have no prior momentum.
Exactly.
So even when the rough times came, I keep on moving. Okay, I take that. But you know what? This is not going to last forever. And if you fall so low, you have nowhere else to go but up. Nowhere else to go. You have to know that and stick by the principles.
So true.
And be ready to accept whatever. If it's a cold, hard wooden floor that I have to sleep on and clasp my hands behind me as a pillow, if it's a funky sheet that I have to put over me to keep my feet from getting cold, if that's what was required. There were times when a whole week in some of the roughest times of my life, I had to eat them $3-4 cookies or live off of them $3-4 macaroni and cheeses with some Sundew drinks. Sundew, I know it's a New York thing back in the day, so I don't know if anybody knows. But yeah, straight live off of that.
You're right.
I wouldn't.
But you made it. You made it.
I'll tell you, some things make you cry. So this is why, even now, this little online stuff and people, they funny attitudes. This is easy. This is easy. You see what I mean? Try your bill's so low because, I can tell you, man, or the money's so low and the bills are so high and your mother dies and you didn't get insurance money, you got debt because your names are both on so many things together. And your crackhead brother gets money, but he don't help you out. And you inherit something that you have to build back up. But at the time, you're eating cookies and drinking the fake flavored juice, and your house is so cold, you sleep in the closet. Because at least when you fart, it keeps it warm.
Right.
But guess what? You got to get up and go to work and act like everybody else normal.
Right.
House so cold, you open the door to get heat, and it's freezing outside. Just for the sacrifice.
My God.
Oh, I could tell you. You lose a family member and everybody turn their back on you. Act like they don't know you. But I don't harp on that. That's why when people come up with these little battles, little mind games, you ain't playing no mind games on me. Nah. Well, how do you keep it up? You must be driven. Yeah, I'm driven. Yeah, but I'm not taking credit for that. I have to do this because I'm the one with the baton. My mother and father have transitioned. My brother's up in New York, 11 years older than me, smoking up some crack. Right. So what am I going to do? Just whine and just drop down and just give up?
Roll over and die. Right. It's not an option.
I represent them. Them, and I have to shine and represent them and continue on. There's a responsibility and a heck of a, I don't mean like it's a weight. But when I say burden, I don't mean like, oh, it's a burden. It's too heavy. I don't want this. No, I want this so I can show you mentally, spiritually, physically. One day I just want to one day just tell it all and just not give a damn. Just tell everything.
You best know that they're proud of you.
Yeah, I feel so. I feel so.
Yes, they are. Yes, they are. Because no matter what life threw at you, you took it and you made the best of it. And
I made mistakes now. I made mistakes in judgments and broke a couple hearts and all that stuff, those things and whatnot. But I never ripped nobody off or nothing like that. I'm saying, look. There were times when I wasn't driving, and there were coworkers that they had cars, and I had to walk home many, many miles, and they would drive past me, whatever. They didn't really know. And I wasn't going to say, oh, could you could you give me a lift, whatever. The way I am, I guess it's from bodybuilding and touching a little boxing when I was young. I like it tough. So sometimes we don't want it tough. What I mean is that I'm not bowing down to whatever's thrown at me. You know what I mean? And a part of me gets off on that because I know I'm going to win. As I keep throwing, I'm going to keep taking. But when I throw, can you take it? Because I'm going to hang in there with you.
You have mental fortitude, Mr. Lance. That's what you have. And it's what's been keeping you and carrying you and,
But you know what? At the
getting
same time,
you to where you are. At
the same time, while having that, and I'm not saying I'm a tough guy, while having that, lots of times in the middle of the stuff, not out of weakness, but out of taking the punishment, I would cry sometime. Not where, oh, I don't deserve this or why is this happening to me?
But you have to. You have to.
And you know what? I came up with the term in those days. I said, I'm not crying. I'm just sweating emotionally. Yeah. Because when you get heated, your body cools you down. Well, I let off some tears because I was sweating emotionally. It was just emotional sweat. That's all.
Crazy.
And then you pick yourself up and you keep on going. That's right.
It's a balance. You can't be all tough. There has to be some softness somewhere. So
no, while I'm shedding the tears, I'm still tough. Yeah, but you got to let it off.
Yeah.
You got to let it off. You got to let it off.
Of course.
And to be.
But listen.
Yes.
We are absolutely overjoyed for your success and your accomplishment.
Thank you. But it's our success.
Absolutely overjoyed.
Our success.
Absolutely overjoyed. And just bask in everything that's happening right now, because I know a lot of people are going to be congratulating you, in the next couple of days. So just, just bask in it. You deserve it. And the next 100,000 is going to come like a cakewalk.
Oh, yeah.
Cheryl Williams, it's going to be easier.
I just want to tell Cheryl Williams that I promise that I'll put that on the shirt, that I'm not crying. I'm just emotionally sweating. I'm going to write that down. So I'll make sure. I'll probably do that tomorrow when I wake up, because I want to sleep a little earlier than usual. Look, like I think Rural Reality said it. 30 minutes turns into 3 hours.
Yeah. I think I need a little more than 3 hours tonight too.
Yeah. And the other one was I Will Breathe. Yeah, I'll make them, and they'll be available. They'll be available tomorrow. Yeah. They'll be available tomorrow. And like I said, when I make these shirts, again, this is how I do it. I have to say it because people, definitely, Mr. Haru, even if it's for 2 minutes tonight. When you create them, the company takes care of the production and the delivery, very reputable, and you decide your profit. So if they say the shirt, it's going to cost $8, I'll make it $9. So it's not like I'm sitting here, I'm selling shirts and SCURV is making all this money off of shirts. I just want to see the shirts worn. You know what I mean? I just want to see them worn.
Yeah, and you want to get it out there. Yeah,
and what you pay is generally to the company, because I keep my cut down low so it can be low, so it's not a burden. I'm not trying to, because what I want to do, like I said, I want to do the pretty graphics on it with different things and photos, but that takes a little more time. But just having plain words on something, if I wanted to push myself and do it before the show is over, I could, but I see myself winding down, and I want to be strong for when Sophia Stewart comes on tomorrow. You know what I mean? So,
all right. That sounds good.
So I'm going to wrap it down, and I'm going to find some more music that's nice, but I can't play the real copywritten music because, they'll shut the channel or the video down or whatnot.
You have to loop some of those.
Oh no, I am. I'm gonna loop your song and get in the groove. Loves my love. Yeah. I don't know what it is about that song. I don't know, but it's a
combination of everything. It's a combination of the beat, the fact that you don't know what the hell they're saying except "I lost my love."
yeah. But you know what it is? And Sandra, I'll drop the link in here because it's down below with everything else. On the merchandise, whatever. You'll see it.
Okay.
You know what? But no. But you know what you got to do? This is what I think. I think a drunk could figure it out because.
You know what?
I don't
That's
drink,
but
I think if you get a drunk dude and play the song, he'll sing the song perfectly. You're like, I couldn't have thought about that. Yeah, man, because you ain't drunk.
Oh yeah, that's true. That's true.
It's
just me. It's just the normal people. We're trying to make sense out of nonsense.
Well, the other day it was funny because Brother Quaker was here, and we were getting ready to do a show, and I had hit the thing with the music and stuff. And I see him nodding his head. I looked at him. He said, "Yeah, brother, I love that song, man. I love that song." I was like, "The sister have a beautiful voice, you know." Know what I'm saying? If I cut me that song, I love that song. Like, who doesn't? You know what I mean?
Next time you're playing it and he's there, you gotta let us see him.
Yeah. Because I see Quaker uncensored in many ways other people don't. Him dancing and and he's a comedian too.
We need to see him when he lets his hair down. Come on, we gotta see that.
It's the funniest thing. When we were out of town a couple weeks ago, and I'm usually the one that, while we all gather around and hang out and stuff, I'm usually the one that gets up in the middle of the floor and tells jokes and makes, I just, because he's like, yeah, we got to get you up on the stage with a comedy routine for real. And so I usually do that. So, he busted out and got up. It was, making fun of this walk, and some story he was telling had me on the floor. I said, wait a second.
God.
I said, if the people or family on YouTube saw this, they would be out, because it was funny. And it was just like,
wow.
It's him because I know him, but they would see like a whole other side, and it's
well, guess what? That's what he needs. That's what he needs to do. He needs to show the people that other side of him.
I'm gonna get him to do it.
He's the time, you know what I mean?
And he's not shy. It's just that he is
right.
The way you see him on the videos is really the way he is. He relaxes a little bit,
right.
but that's him. The way you see him on the videos, because this is why, if you notice, if you look through all the shows that we've done, like with him on it, it's not always in the studio, or not always. Sometimes we're in the truck. Sometimes we're walking down the street. One time we walk around the Home Depot, and I'll whip out. He'll start talking some stuff, and I whip out right there. Some stuff with a recording may not have been as good because of the circumstances, but I'm like, I gotta hold this mic close to his mouth so I can get this, because he is that is him 24/7. But I'm saying he relaxes, he smiles and laughs, but to break out telling jokes, it was rare, but it's still him. It's still him.
Well, we need to see it. We need to see the humorous Brother Kwaku. I think that's what he should give you as a 100K subscriber.
Exactly.
Gift.
Yeah. Show me exactly. Show me a different side. Yeah.
Show me a different side.
Yeah. Let's give this one to our family out here. And here's the other milestone that's coming up. For those who don't know, let me open it up, and let me just freeze it right here. Remember that video, Christianity Strips You of True Spirituality?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was only like maybe 24 minutes, and it was really shot impromptu after one of our meetings. And something told me, I didn't hear the voice, I felt it, because I had to go. Mrs. SCURV was at the supermarket waiting, and I had the car. So she, her friend dropped her, she ran around, but I took the car down to the thing because I had to bring equipment. Then she said she was ready. And I was like, oh man. Sweetheart, give me a few moments. And I pulled out and I got this video until it was time for it to be done. 24 minutes.
Right.
That particular video was put out, this is 2020. It was put out January 20th, 2019. So we have a year and a half that it was up. But that's going to be my first million hit video, because it's at 997,613 views. Just to throw out something.
Wow.
Yeah. It's crazy. It's crazy.
So what are you going to do when it hits 1 million? Damn it, you're going to have a party. I don't care. I don't know where the heck you're going to be, but we're going to have a party, and
For
you
real.
have to invite everybody.
I think it has like the most comments on any other video, like 11,049 comments. It's yeah. But it's like it's at 997,613. So I know that's going to be the one, and it's still climbing. That is still circulating. A year and a half. I mean, some people,
awesome.
Superstars out there do a video instead of 1 million like in 6 hours, or whatever. I'm just saying, I'm just opening up a little door. But this really, that is the one that really opened the floodgates, and that's the one that made it where when we went to Africa, they were like, Kwaku. It's like every time he goes to Jamaica, Kwaku. And you just don't know. I wasn't gonna do it. I was just gonna head on. I said, you know what? I felt something. I said, let me just do it.
Just do it. Right.
And
well, man.
And there's a backstory. There was a dude in there that let me just drop the link here, since I can do that, since I'm talking about it. There's a dude there that he sees me videotaping. I'm right in front of him. I'm focused on Kwaku, but he was talking too. And later on, he's like, because the video was doing really good, and there's a lot to do with these little organizations down here. I just dropped a link inside the chat room.
Yeah.
So he writes me. I didn't even know because I get a tremendous amount of emails. And after this, we'll wrap it down. But he writes me and says, well, I don't think it's a good idea that you show my face on that type of content because in my church, so he was a little, I guess the church folks were getting on him, and then he's connected, I found out later on, to some little societies and little groups and little secret handshake things going on here. And so he says, you're going to have to take it down. And I said, listen, you saw the camera. It was inferred
and
that
you kept yourself right there.
You kept yourself, right. And then you're talking, looking at the camera. They tried to, because Kwaku hit home with that. You know what I mean? And it's like, it was more than just, I want to take it down. So I didn't respond to him for like 2 days because I didn't see it. Then he sent a text message. Did you see my email? You have to take that thing down, or I'm going to go to YouTube and have them take it down. And by the time I got home from work, within a few hours, I got an email from YouTube. How do you, this is my camera. You were sitting there in the middle of, it was really focused on Kwaku. You went in there and started running your mouth. You saw the camera 3 feet from your face. So who sent you to do this?
Exactly.
Who's behind you to get this thing taken down? And it was getting all over the place. It was almost like, we can't have them have a video that goes viral like that. So, I didn't take it down. They said you have either 48 hours or whatever. They gave me a time limit to either take it down or re-upload it. And I'm like, It was flowing. I'm not gonna cut it and put it out again because it may not flow like that no more.
Exactly.
You see what I mean? Once it has that kind of momentum, because every time I
just
refresh,
let it go. Right.
Yeah, it was all these people. So it was a hot video. So what I did, I found a way to go into that one and crudely block out his face. Yeah, he definitely was a boule dude. Definitely was a dude. And the funny part about it is, on Vimeo, I got the video up without blocking anything. So you can see the full version. So his face is still out there. You know what I mean?
Oh my God. That sounds like that encounter you had in Houston.
Yes. No, this thing. Yes. I gotta tell it again real quick. Me and Dr. Kang and Sister Isis, and we're going
the market, they're thing, right?
Yeah, they're showing me around. And what was this group? Oh God. It was some black group that's well known, but it's like its own thing, like the Masons, or it wasn't the Masons, it was somebody else, right? But they rent their place out, like it was a separate little hall.
Oh, the Shriners.
The Shriners, yeah. So now there was a dude, I'll say it, he's probably listening, and I don't give a damn if you're listening, because he's an agent too. I found out 2 or 3 other people that were in my semi-inner circle were agents. And I think I told you, and I won't say it publicly, but they're on me now. Get information. What are you doing? Where are you at? You know what? No. Right now, better be a total stranger that doesn't make my spidey senses go up than these people that halfway know me. But here we go. Dr. King's showing me around Houston. And I gotta say, their energy is phenomenal. So we pull up, and Dr. King is in his Lamborghini, but he keeps it parked most of the time. And he's a dealer, so he can get things at great prices. But he does that for customers that fly in from the places to pick them up and make them feel good, like he did for me. So anyway, we get out, we walk in, the security guard sees my camera, and he says, hey man, that camera, he says, man, that's a nice camera. He says, it'd be nice if you can go in there and interview the lady who runs it and some of the people in there. I said, I would love to do that. I said, could you talk to somebody about that? And he said, yeah, no problem, going in there, man. I'll talk to them. And then he said, yeah, no, you got the green light. So there was one brother with a table there. He's like, yo, LANCESCURV, what's up? I'm like, huh? This is Houston. He said, yeah, but the internet goes over everywhere. Come over here and talk to me. So I did an interview with him. And I did several interviews. And I ran into another person who gets down with her family. And so I'm rapping. And when the other people saw that, they're like, oh, he must be cool then. oh yeah, that's LANCESCURV, man. He got a show and this. That. So I'm vibing with the Houston people. They showing me their earrings, their shirts, their health products, different things, and I'm moving around good. We get around to this woman who she had a son. I think the son had to be like 10 years old, and you could tell that she was the one that set up the table with these health products and different things, and she was showing him how to get into business, how to present himself, and this was one of the dry runs. You know, it wasn't about, oh, we got to go there and make a lot of money, but it's like, I'm showing you how you set up business and talk to people and stuff. So we got over there. She says, or he says, good afternoon, you know, sir, good afternoon, ma'am. My name is so-and-so, and I'm a representative of the so-and-so and so-and-so company. And the products that we offer will be very beneficial to your life, and it's a very affordable price. And so, you know, he gave a spiel, like, and the mother was standing off to the side, like, okay, let him fly on his own. Because he kind of peeked back at her, and she looked away, like, just do your thing. So it was nice. It was a good feeling, and I knew what she was doing. So Dr. Kang, he whipped out a couple $100 and handed it to him. And he was like, with his mouth open. And he said, sir, what would you like for me to sell you? He said, no, it's okay. I'm not buying nothing from you. That is to encourage you. That is to encourage you. So I was like, hey, I was 2 weeks with them, so I got his voice down, right? He says, I have to give you something. He said, no, it's okay. Whatever. It's for you. The universe is going to open up for you, and you're doing the right thing. And he says to the mother, you know, yeah, I heard Houston, you know, Houston got a lot of love there, but I know there's a lot of craziness going on. So the mother came from behind the table and she explained, you know, the situation. She happened to be a Houston, Texas police officer, active. So she's saying, listen, I see a lot of things in the street, and I think that, you know, you got to learn these things from young and so and so. And we're agreeing. So I said, listen, can I videotape this? And then she said, sure. So this is stuff you would have seen because I was doing it. Y'all know when I went to Houston, I got a lot of footage. Wherever I go, Ghana, Jamaica, Houston, Cleveland, wherever I go, you're going to get a lot of footage. So I'm getting it. I'm like, wow, everybody's going to love this. So I finished. I closed the camera. Somebody came and whispered in her ear. You know, I just whispered like something private. Maybe they're friends or something, you know. So she came over to me and she says, I want to know where this Emma effing footage is going. And I said, I'm sorry, I didn't really explain what I do. I took that. But she shaking her head like I did something bad. And then she said, well, you don't know where this stuff could end up. My son is underage, and I don't want it ending up somewhere where it's not supposed to be. I said, man, let me tell you something. I'm going to explain who I am, but I do not do child porn or anything. There's nothing he did. You know, there's nothing he did or nothing, you know, no. I said, let me show you. I pull out my phone. I showed her the channel. I showed the different platforms that I do, the numbers involved, the amount of time I've been doing this. I pulled out a business card. I said, you know, look at my work. The work speaks for itself. Why would you? I know you don't know me, but if you don't want me to put it up, I'll take it down.
Right.
She said, yeah, you need to take that down. You need to take that down. You need to take it off. Do not put that up there because I'll find you and it's going to be some problems. And she's cursing and stuff. And the kid's looking like, I got $300 in my hair from Dr. K, and now you cussing them out. You're messing up my hustle. Don't curse them out. So we walked away. So Dr. King says, yes, Lance, let's just walk away. There's problems here. And we went, and I didn't even videotape no more. There were two other women by the table. She said, you're not going to do us? I said, listen, something don't feel right here. I threw it in my cards. I said, if you want to talk on the show, we'll do it. So we started walking out. And as we walked out, and right down the steps and right toward the car, a security guard with a definite midlife crisis going on because he had something to prove. This guy's real tall. He wasn't muscular, but he was tall and just big. He came out there, crossed his arms, and he said, yo, I need to talk to you. Like he's Mr. T or something like that. And I'm looking at him. I said, well, go ahead and talk. He said, I need to talk to you inside. So I made a decision because it could have went either way because he didn't scare me. I would have had him on the ground in a heartbeat. You know what I mean? So, and I'm like, I was more curious, like to say, because I was just, what, you gonna do something to me inside? Trust me, you you'll wake up a couple days later and don't even know where you are. I don't get down like that. I'm not insecure that way, and maybe you might whip my behind, but I got to find out. But if you do, you're gonna be hurt in the process. We're both gonna be sitting up in the hospital bed looking at each other, and when the nurse is gone, I'm gonna roll over and kick you behind in the hospital too, and maybe make a video about it. This is the LANCESCURV show. I just finished beating up this, this fool behind security guard. We in the hospital, you know what I mean? So anyway, I walk inside. So I said, "What's up with the attitude? You didn't scare me. I'm just coming in because I want to know what's going on." He said, "Huh, it worked." I said, "No, don't flatter yourself, old man. He's probably younger than me, looking older than me or something. You know what I mean?" So we went inside, and they had this back room with that hater female cop back there staring daggers at me, like I had a one-night stand with her and promised I was going to marry her and never came back again. She's looking at me like that.
Oh, wow.
So I'm standing there, Dr. King, Isis is standing there, and these older dudes who are like boule dudes, right? "I just want to let you know that this organization goes back many years," and you could see on their face, old dusty Negroes. Old dusty nigga. I mean, just old dusty, caught up in, you know what I mean? They kind of old men that get mad when they see a nice girl with a nice backside. "Oh, damn, I'm too old to do anything with that." You know what I mean? So and mad at the next young guy who got a lump in his pants going up to talk to him. They, "Oh yeah, here's my number." They get mad when they see you getting busy. You know what I mean? Oh, I got other stories for Patreon for that. Right? But anyway, make a long story short. So we can't be compromised here with who we have with cameras, and we don't know who you are, and you didn't come through the proper channels. So Dr. Kang says, hold on. I have hosted many events here, and I know this one. What is the problem with my friend here? He's media. He comes from New York, Florida. He's born in New York. Whatever. We spent a lot of money here. We brought business here. What's the problem? Well, we don't know who he is. And the woman jumped in, and "I want you to delete that footage that you have." I said, "What? You said you..."
Oh, wow.
I said, "Listen, I'm not putting that footage up." By then, I had put the camera bag in the car, and I took my phone and had it on me. I always got some way of recording on me. You know what I mean? If I don't have a rifle or Uzi, I got a pop gun, a water gun. I got something. So anyway, she says, "I see you switched up, so you definitely look suspicious to me." I said, "Don't let that profession get you," because I found out by then that she was a cop.
Oh my God.
So she really rolled it. And you know what it was? Dr. Kang read her in the car. He ripped her apart in the car. He was hilarious. But she was one of those kind that she had the good job, had years in on it, but was frustrated because her personal life wasn't working out. You could see it on her. I don't label women like that, but you can see this one. It was almost like if I was grimy and I walked over to her.
You and her would have been cool.
Yeah. If I walked up and said, "Listen, sweetheart, I don't know what all this is about, but I think you're very attractive. This is my number. Give me a call. Maybe I can come over later on. We can talk." "Okay, no problem." You know what I mean? And she acting tough in the street, but she's the one behind closed doors. "Pull my hair, daddy. Pull my hair, daddy." Okay. I won't go there tonight. "I'll cut a key for you. I'll give you a key." When you take that key, that means something. That's better than a wedding ring. I'm telling you. Key means commitment. You don't want to miss out on one of this. Just come on in when you want and just put that key in, among other things. So she told me, "You go out there to get your camera, and I need to see you empty that camera." Now I'm like, in my mind, I'm like, Dr. King has done business with these people. He's shocked. Let me take this one. Right?
Right.
So I went out there like a little grade schooler, scolded, going back to get my own camera. And I opened it up, showed her the screen. And I said, "See, your son's face, your face there. Clip, clip, deleted." Okay, what's that one over there? I said, no, I'm not deleting that one. That one is an interview I did with Dr. Kang. You see Dr. Kang over there? You're just going to have to eat that one. You see the face there? I'm not deleting that. Oh, okay, as long as you got, I better not see anything. So Dr. Kang is like, are you finished? Are you done? We don't need to stay here any longer. And they started saying something. Whatever. It's okay. Let us go.
Oh my God.
You know he can read people on their bodies.
I know that.
So he basically explained to me what was bothering her. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
I should have gave her a free reading and she would have been crying, but no. It's okay. She will suffer. I already see what the sun is going to turn out to be. Rainbow.
Oh no.
Oh, he went in. He's a comedian. He went in. He went in. And I was adding on. It was hilarious. We both were ripping her up. But it wasn't a rant against women like some men generalize and beat down women because he respects
specific.
Women. Yeah, we were being, and any woman would have seen it on her, the issues that she had. You know what I mean? So, because he was breaking it down. That's the only man in her life is her son. She is going to scare away all other women from him because they're not going to be good enough, and he won't have no choice. Yes, he has choice, but other things are going to be open to him, and I'm telling you, she's going to make him gay.
Oh my God.
No. You wait 15 years, you'll see it. Rainbow.
Yeah, who am I talking to here? I'm not even sure.
It's okay. Rainbow.
I'm not sure who I'm talking to.
Oh. you know, if you're talking to Dr. Kang or Muhammad Ali, right? Or Mike Tyson. No, but Raw Reality said, now this is the part of the story that I want to say. Because you're right, Raw Reality. He says they must have been doing something dirty up in there for them to be so cool at the beginning and then to switch up like that so quick. Remember, there were people on the chat room earlier who knew I was in Houston. There were people, Dr. K jokes. He's going to call me up. So I hear you've been making, no, I'm going to do a show with me and him. Split screen. I'm gonna put some dreads in my hair because I'm bald. I'm gonna do, and you won't tell the difference because I'm gonna say everything he said exactly how he said it.
And we won't know the difference.
Exactly. No, but he loves a laugh. He's a comedian. He wouldn't take it the wrong way. Even his other buddies do that. They do the same thing to him. I don't know how Lance. He came here for the first time, and I don't know how he knows how to imitate you. You guys have known me for years. Unbelievable.
Oh my God.
You are the shaman. You are the shaman of impersonation. Yes, you are. I'm a shaman, but you're the shaman of jokes.
This is altered states, Lance. I swear, I'm not even sure.
I morph.
Oh gosh.
No, I used to
altered states
as a young teenager. That's all I did. We'd go in a pizza joint, and the guy making the pizza, he would yell out, "We need more dough," and I would like, "Never mind," in the same voice, and they wouldn't bring it out. Like the guy would go out and take a smoke, and I, "Never mind, we don't need it." Then he come in, "What the F happened? I asked you. You said never mind," and I'm sitting there cracking up. We call the people that we knew. We call the people that we knew. Like, we're younger, but these are grown folks. We had their numbers, like in the inner circle, in the neighborhood. My father used to have a tenant upstairs growing up in Queens in the house. And she was an older woman, but she wasn't old, but she was an older woman. And we would call her up because she was secret drinking buddies with the lady across the street. And I would talk like the lady across the street to tell her to come on over, that she has some more rum or some more wine or whatever. And she'd run over there and the lady's not even home.
Oh my God.
I'm going to get a link for you, but I want to finish telling the story that in the chat room all that time as I was down in Houston, there was one of these local Boule haters who was in the chat room trying to ask me specifically what I'm doing down there. And I was getting hit.
Really?
Yeah. And me and Quaker identified who it, and we know. I mean, I know who it was when I know, I know by their name, and it wasn't a mystery, but they took big interest in that, and a phone call was made. Just put it that way, and I found out later that was the truth. You mean all the way from Orlando, and why? You're not stopping me,
right?
You know what I mean? So,
right.
But why you? Why, I'm not going in there to do some mass murder or something like that. I mean, but you want to come around and act friendly with me at these events. That's why in Orlando, I do not do no more events unless it's something that's going to be beneficial for us on the channel. A lot of footage I got, you've never seen because I did it for somebody as a favor for something that nobody here would be interested in. I've done a lot of political stuff. There have been a lot of district commissioners that, because of some of the video that I did for free for them, like, okay, if you really, but I don't do politics, but I used to do favors, so they ask me whatever. And the stuff I found out, and when I found out there was nothing but boule and coon behind Negroes, I'm not doing this no more. I'm not. I used to do it. I'm not doing it no more. You know what I mean? But I want you to hear an old video that I did, and we'll sign off. I'm not going to play it or nothing like that. I'm just going to search for it. It's a funny one, telling a story that I've told before, but this will have you laughing if you're staying up a little long. Let me see if I can find. Oh, there you go. There you go. I found it. It's 1 hour and 5 minutes.
I'm here.
Huh?
Oh, I thought you said I fell off. I dropped off.
Oh, no. Let me see.
Okay.
This is it. Yeah, I'm gonna drop this in the room. If you want some laughs, here, you'll enjoy this. Yeah. They called and they knew, and they were hanging out in the chat room like they cool with me. Even called into the show, and I had to tighten up on them and straighten them out. They come to the show like they're taking over. See what it is that once I was fired out of corrections, and I say that very proudly, because they didn't like what I had online. They didn't like my influence over the ones who were temporarily there to encourage them and to, I spent my time in the cells and in the day rooms the whole 8-hour shift. They didn't like that because I wasn't one of the boys. All those inmates, and they just I didn't get down like that. I'm in there drawing pictures. I'm doing my job now, right? I'm doing my job. But when I worked in the area, like on overtime, I got standing ovations. I did my job. I didn't, go against anything, but they hated the fact that I was in there having fun. It was like a show. I'm telling New York City stories, and we're ragging on each other, and we had fun all the time. And it eased the tension, So after that, they thought I was going to drop dead. Like, oh, you're not working with us anymore, because half of them, I found out, had the secret handshakes, and they refused to even speak to me on the street. I'm like, what the hell's going on?
Wow.
So independently, I did my thing, worked and hustled and did my stuff. Still stayed on social media. YouTube wasn't around then. I think it just started. I didn't get into it for a few years. Now I hear a lot of them come, hey man, friend request and all that stuff. I don't pay them guys no mind.
Everybody,
Now you want to know.
They want a piece of you. Yeah.
Right. Find out. Now this is where I find myself now, where a lot of these people want to just find out. Find out for what? Yes, they are. Exactly, raw reality. Exactly. So treat me the way you treated me before. Treat me like I died, like I don't exist anymore. I might lay my head in Orlando, but when I say this, I don't say it on an egotistical level. I'm bigger than Orlando. I lay my head here, but I'm not in the small politics and the small-minded stuff. Your world is small. My family is big all over the world. You know what I mean?
Right.
So you stay there with the narrow-minded little world you came in, the narrow-minded petty stuff that you did that you thought would affect me so much. Realize that I'm beyond that. You know what I mean?
Right.
So that's why now they're coming around because they're old. All they'll do is come around and try to tear you down to the level that you're on now. You know what I mean?
Ain't gonna happen.
That's right. So
Now go work.
Nah, go work.
Now go work.
But yeah,
can't work.
Can't work, It's okay. They cannot touch you.
Okay.
I will protect you. Don't worry. Spiritual warfare.
Right.
I'll chew them up and spit them out.
Touch you.
Them can't touch you, A Jamaican Dr. King. Imagine that. Them can't touch you, man.
Can't Can't touch you. Them to know what I work with.
Well, yeah, that video I dropped in there, Emma Bell, that's the lady that used to live across the street from me. That was kind of a drunk, whatever. Interesting story, but I told it. I guarantee you listen to that, you'll be laughing. I think it's an hour and 5 minutes.
I'll be laughing in my sleep. Right?
Oh yeah, please, use all Q-tips in every orifice that you can. If you don't, anything in there will be coming out. Trust me. Anything that's in there will be coming out. Yeah.
Oh,
I told the story in detail, and you'll love that story. Trust me.
Oh my gosh.
And just show me that you've been there. Leave a little comment. If you said LOL, let me just see if just recent comments on it, because I get it on my app on my phone directly. So we'll see how that goes.
Right.
But yeah, I'm gonna sign off. I'm gonna let you get some sleep. You know what I mean? I'll be back 11 a.m. I'll be back in less than what now? 10 hours and 45 minutes.
10 more minutes.
Oh, 10 more minutes. We need more laughs. All right. If I had the cam on it, you may get a laugh if I pee myself or something like that, right? No, I ain't gotta go real bad. Yeah. Let's. I could tell all kinds of stories, like adult stories.
I know you can.
Yeah,
I know you can.
I absorb everything that's around me. That's the thing. That as things happen, I absorb it as it's happening. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And so, let me tell you. Oh yeah, let me tell you a funny story. It's kind of adult. That's why, people used to say, I was always spiritually aware that our ancestors are around us, and so it's like, Lance, man, what kind of porn do you watch? I'm like, I've seen it, but don't you watch it? When you have them dry spells? I said, nah, I can't do that. I can't tell them why. How you gonna play with yourself when you got 3 ancestors standing around you? I know the deal. I'm not doing that. Once you understand, my mother and father send me a whip out and start, making faces, sticky keyboards. Oh no, my parents are there. That's like hauling off and having sex in front of your folks.
Oh my God.
Can't do it. Whether they're here or in spiritual form,
Slap in the back of your head.
I know, right? At that special moment, pow,
How dare you?
Because when you do that, your face don't stay, in portrait form.
No,
you see yourself.
You're not the pretty face that you normally are.
Exactly. That's what I tell a lot of these brothers. I said, man, if your woman stays with you, she must really love you. He said, why? Because I could imagine some of the faces you make when you're on top of her.
Oh my God.
Turn around, look in the mirror. When that's happening, if there's a mirror around, no, I'm gonna have y'all really laugh. I'm gonna tell you.
Close your eyes.
I had the bus cracking up one day, right? Because there's that video, Dennis Edwards, don't look any further. Doom, doom, da, doom, 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 da, doom.
Okay.
Doom, doom. You say, okay, I got it. Let me see if I can find that. I'm gonna drop that for a certain reason. I want to drop that in the room, and I want to pose a question to the room before I even tell this funny story. Okay, there it is.
Sandra said her fifth rib is hurting.
I'm quite sure you've seen this video a million times. I watch it, and he's singing, oh, But let me ask you something, and you can play it if you want. What I'm going to do, I'm going to run to the restroom real quick, but here's the link. I want you to look at that, the first few seconds of it, like when she comes up with the gloves and everything, and just remember how it looked. And I'm going to ask you a question that's going to have you cracking up. I'm just going to play this quick song real quick, and I'll be right back from the bathroom, and I'm going to tell you another story, and then I'm going to go to bed. Just give me a second. I'll be right back. But watch that video.
Right.
Watch it.
I'm watching it.
Yeah, I'm going to play the video. I'm going to play the song real low, but go ahead. I'll be back. Yes, I'm back. I'm back. And yes, I did wash my hands.
Listen.
So did y'all watch the beginning of it? It's not really the end, but I have one question.
Yeah.
I have one question about that video.
Yeah.
When it first came on, he was like chewing, right? He was chewing gum. And the rumor fact on that video is that they were both high on coke when they did that. That's what I heard. But you see how he was positioned, and you saw her gloves come up. Where the hell was she coming up from? And what was she doing? Where was she coming from? Is that why?
His backside.
Exactly. And that's why he went, oh, oh. Wow, wow, wow. I mean, what was she? There was no, best she come up in the front, right? What was she doing?
Oh, God.
I mean, it hit me one day. Like, what were you doing? He had enough time to pull his pants up, but what was he? Oh, oh. Wow, 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 wow. And she had a freaky look like, I just did something freaky to you. But
yeah, I know. I know.
Like an inside joke, like, you know what went down. Yeah, but he was turned around the wrong way. You know, someone, I don't know. You know what I mean? But I know she likes salad, tossing it, right? Boom, boom. Anyway, the funny thing is, right? This is the story what you want to tell, right? Then we're going to go to bed. A little funny thing. I'm going to tell it in a very decent way, but you have to use your imagination. And it concerns sexuality and acts being performed. There's many, many decades ago, right? And I'm sitting there and I'm enjoying the company of someone who donated their abilities and talents to the higher pleasures of the SCURV mind. And, you know, she's sitting there and she finished and she looked at me and laughed. And I said, what are you laughing at? She says, you know, it was a couple times type of thing. Every time I did that to you, when I looked up, you were staring off into space. And I thought you were chewing gum. I said, chewing gum? No, this is real, y'all. I'm letting you hear it. So this is why when I played the video with Dennis Edwards, I said, boy, he must know what it's like because he chewing gum that it's not even in his mouth. So I said, nah. I said, you lying. She said, no. At first it's cool. But when you're getting there, you start chewing gum furiously. And it's like you stare into one spot and you're chewing gum. You start grunting. I'm like, I'm grunting? So she did this on purpose the next time, right? She positioned me next to a dresser, like on the bed, but near where my head would see my reflection. And so I'm sitting there and, you know, that magic moment was about to arrive. And I took a glance at myself in the mirror and I'm sitting there looking at myself chewing gum. And I couldn't stop. I was like, it's true. It's true. So a couple times down the line, you know, of course I reciprocated, but not when, you know, but anyway, like the thing is that, you know, one of the times I had a lot on my mind. So it wasn't a relationship. It was a situationship before the word came out. So she's going to town, doing things the way, you know, brother man liked it, that she can detect. And she got up and she looked at me. She said, what's wrong? I said, what? Am I doing it good? I said, yes. I said, why would you ask that? She said, because you're not chewing gum.
Oh. Oh. Oh my
and I'm
God.
I'm talking about the face. Okay, imagine you chewing gum, not like cool, like chewing gum, but the way you make a face when you scrunch up your nose, like something stink. So that's the kind of thing. I'm looking at myself and my eyebrows all curled over like a man. I saw it. I caught myself. Later on, I cracked up.
Oh my God. Oh my God. You're not chewing gum. You just hurt her heart.
You're not chewing. Am I not doing it good? So I did a little fake chewing, you know what I mean? So, you know.
Oh gosh.
I think Jingle asked about donations. No, I can go there with stories. I mean, I can go there. I want to. I just haven't, but I don't want to, like, for the regular people. Like, I don't mean nobody here is regular, you're my family, but for people who sail in and they say, hey, I heard about this guy, LANCESCURV. I heard he's real deep. I heard he has this wisdom. I heard he has great guests and everything. And they come on at the part of the show when I'm talking about chewing gum. They ain't gonna stay too long. Oh, he's a nasty guy. He's just talking about chewing gum about getting a blowjob. What kind of guy? Why would you recommend him to me? You know what I mean? No. So it's funny because I laughed to myself that when I really get a stick of like sugarless gum or something and I'm chewing it and catch myself in the mirror, I laugh. People say, I notice every time you chew gum, you laughing. I'm like, I wink my eye and say, that's not the only time.
Every time you chew gum, you have memories.
Oh man, for real. I can. No, but let's let me see. Let's do a, because I want to do it on Patreon, not because I'm trying to get people to pay money or like $1. I don't put tiers. You want to put $1 or whatever, no problem. But I'll even do this. Let's do a show.
I subscribe. So
I'll do it for free. I'll give people the link. So yeah, I'll give people the link. I want people to, but I just don't want to do it, you know, because there are people who are like, they're so uptight. Oh, how dare you talk about so, you know. I'll go all out on Patreon. You know what I mean? We'll do it on a regular. We'll have some call-ins and it'll be no holds barred. No holds barred, like those old shows they used to do, you know. You have to step away from the gum.
Step away from the gum.
You know, I'll type out what it really is in the chat room instead of saying it. Let me see.
Oh my gosh. We can't be serious all the time.
I know.
Oh, jeez Louise. Oh my gosh.
No, but then again, I'll tell one more real quick. This is a quick one. Since I thought, no, that's not the proper word for that one. This one is a proper word for it. There was a lady on the bus. She's about 75, 78. She wasn't 80. I couldn't tell. It was up there above 75. So she was in a wheelchair. And, you know, when in the wheelchair, you have to lower the bus down or put the thing out, lift them up. It comes on. You have to go and lift up the seat.
Yeah.
They back up the thing and you strap them in. And when you strap them in, they have straps that you have to reach behind. And you got to kind of get low near their knees, you know. And the scent of various strange crotch sauces is not the prettiest smell in the world. So I reached over, didn't detect no scent, and I strapped her in. But I was always careful with women not to even brush their knee or anything. Like you put a strap across their chest. If they're well endowed up top, you know, you say, listen, ma'am, hold on to the strap yourself. I don't want nobody saying, oh, he took the strap and rubbed it all over my titties. I don't want that. They'll complain like that too, even though you're on camera. So I strapped her up, but my elbow brushed her knee. And so she says, young man, I haven't had a man touch me like that in about 40 years. And she was loud with it too. A plastic looking church lady hat with a fake wig up under it too. And you saw the gray, the wig was black. You saw the gray braids, you know, plaits just poking out, you know, like octopus arms, you know? So she let me just tell you about that song. That's a royalty free song that I got off of one of these sites that their names, you'll see them on different sites with different names. Just since I'm in a great mood tonight, just send me your email and just say intro song, and I'll give you a copy of the song tomorrow. I have it, but I'll give you a copy of that song tomorrow. Okay, I'll do that. SCURVmedia@gmail.com. I just put it there so just in case, you know.
I slacked off on my job here. I'm so busy listening to your stories. I haven't put anything in the.
Yeah, well, we're going to celebrate the 100,000 mark anyway. You know, we'll do a specific show just for that between now and the weekend, and we'll tell jokes, and we'll do that on Patreon. I promise. I've been saying this for the longest time, but I want to be able to get busy and get loose. And if anybody, you know, they had to come there.
This is good. This is good. you can use this opportunity to go over there, you know?
Yeah, because you see,
because those of us who have already signed up, we've been patiently waiting.
Yeah, true. But once I start, I'll never stop, you know? But here's the thing. It makes a person reveal themselves. Like you have the trolls or the people who know me, but they come in with fake pages. You come in there, you're going to have to reveal yourself. That's all.
Right.
And that kind of protects, like I can really talk because I know who it is that's there. You're not just going to ear hustle me. And it's like, oh, I can listen to all this funny stuff and use it against them later on. But you're not going to use it against me because I used to chew gum. You know what I mean? Gum chewing is a wonderful thing. But anyway, you know, I brushed her elbow, and I put the link just a little while ago. You can click on there. I'm gonna put all the little, and I hate to put all of these like donation links at once. Like, oh, he in there begging money, you know. But there's a Patreon link right there on the bottom. I'll put it up there again, and you can sign. And the page is not like super fancy because I don't have any content up there. But many have been donating just for the sake of it because of what I do in general. So that's cool. But I want to put exclusive content up there, and I think it really makes sense. But anyway, I ain't had a man touch me like that in 40 years. And you just touched my knee. I could imagine if you went and did more. I'm like, I couldn't even engage. And then when her little legs were there, the little legs opened up like 6 inches more. Like, you know what I mean? I'm like, oh, let me get up out of here. So I'm looking through the reflection of the windshield. You put the light on inside the bus, you can see inside the whole bus. Not that I'm trying to look up some old lady's dress. It's just that it gives you a little extra few seconds to defend yourself if somebody comes around you or gets in front of that line. So I'm driving along and whatnot, and so boom, the bell rings. And you know, she was sizing me up. And you know, as a bus driver, they had down here, you can wear shorts or long pants. I always wear shorts. So I heard her, you know, after she rang the bell, she goes, fine old thing. Look at them legs. And she said it I barely heard her, but everybody else was laughing. The joke was on me. So I went back there and she and turned around. Everybody's laughing. So I already knew it was something like that on, right? So I took everything off, lowered the bus, pushed the part out, jumped back up in the seat. And so she says, young man, I said, yes, take this. And it was a transfer. And I'm like, most people give transfers to me like they have a day pass and they're not coming out no more. And they say, oh, give this to somebody who needs it. So I thought it was like, so I put it down. So she got off the bus and I started to close everything up. She was like, young man, hold it now. Hold it. And I said, excuse me? She says, I just gave you my number. Now, you don't have to say you're going to call me now because I know I'm a senior citizen and you might have to save face. I tell you one thing. I got a lot of experience. I know what I'm doing. You come on over to Mama tonight, and I'll give you the special treatment. And the people on the bus heard this. And you know what she said before she parted? She says, I'll give you the special treatment. And I'm looking at her, and she says, I'll take my teeth out for you. And rolled off.
Good God Almighty.
She rolled off, and I sat there for like 90 seconds. That's a long time. And I don't cuss on the shows like the F word, but I have to say it just the way the guy said. Man, old grandma got you fucked up. You know what I mean? She said she's going to take my teeth out.
Take her teeth out for you.
So there were some clowns in the back. These guys, they weren't kids, but they were like in their 20s and whatnot. And I know them. They've called into the show. You know, they know my email address. They know everything. They know my number and stuff like that. And you know, you can't take out your phone during the time you're driving. But when I got to the end and when I checked my messages, my email messages, them clowns in the back they were sending me porn with old ladies with no teeth laughing. I was like,
oh my God.
And by the time I got back, because to do a round trip on that route was like 3 hours, they had these dudes out there, hey man, you gonna do it? I said, excuse me? Lady said she gonna take her teeth out for you, man. I might have to get that number. I'm like, oh man, the joke's on me. So
oh God. Oh my gosh. Listen, you'll have stories for the next 100 years.
Oh, I'll talk until Sophia Stewart and be all tired. That's 11 o'clock. So we'll sign off now. But you pick the day. Everybody here pick the day you want to go on Patreon. Because I know some people say, well, if you do it Saturday, I'm working. Or if you do it Sunday or whatever.
Well, you're going to have to pick the day and everybody work around you because everybody's going to have a different schedule.
True.
You know? Right. See, Mr. Heru just said Saturday. Somebody's going to come back and say, no, Saturday don't work, Sunday.
Well, yeah, Saturday's good. Saturday's good for me. Saturday night, not too late and not like early, because you might have a show before then or whatever.
Saturday night is good. Saturday night can be party night. You could have some music in the background.
Yeah, true. True. And I could also go live on Vimeo. But that would be something. No. I know that would be too far-fetched because folks don't really know that. And the chat room there is a little funny. It's too plain.
Yeah.
I'd have to do it on the actual site. But I can play real music on that bad boy though. That's the good thing. But I'll work that out. I'll work out the kinks and stuff. But we'll do it on YouTube on a unlisted link, and then we can just talk. And people won't be able to find it unless they come to Patreon. You know what I mean? I'm not gonna put that out there for the masses. Right. And like I said, for those who may not be able to afford, like I said, to get in, you got to give something. But I'll make it as low as $1, or if you want to get in. If not, like, Lance, this is so and so. I gotta know who it is. I'll give you the link. It's no problem. I'm not trying to gank anybody just to have fun. We're gonna have
everybody give $1. Damn it! Stop it! Everybody give the minimum to get in there. Give $1, please. You're getting too much good content to want to get in for free. That just is not going to work. That cannot work.
She has the voice of authority.
It cannot work.
See?
No, it can't work.
She said it.
The minimum, $1. If you can't give $1, you don't need to hear what the content is.
She has spoken.
It's as simple as that. Yeah.
She has spoken.
So there you have it.
Wow.
$1, please.
So yes.
All right.
We're gonna sleep and then we're gonna get up and we'll be back 11 a.m.
Yes.
For those who can't make it, of course, as you well know, if you miss it, it'll go up as a video, and I'm also gonna record that just in case, audio wise, which I should do that all the time, but sometimes I forget. But this is on YouTube, but I'm gonna record the audio separate. So if there's any glitches, like when we had the segment 7 show, and the internet was really bad, you just don't know what's happening. So if for some reason it messes up and we have Sophia Stewart on, I'll stop it, but it'll continue recording, and then I will upload it with crystal clear audio. And I'm going to recalibrate some of these modules around me. I found a tutorial to show me to do that, and the sound, I guarantee it, is going to be real clear and real nice. So
Okay.
Yeah. So for all the gum chewers out there, we got to unite, and for all those who take their teeth out, thank you for all the pleasure that you've inflicted on people. You know what I mean? The things I can do with a pretty young thing like you, I'll take my teeth out for you.
Take my teeth out. Oh God!
And don't forget to watch that video with Emma Bell. And I'm gonna play the song there. What's the guy's name for the Temptation again? Dennis Edwards. I'm going to play that song, watch him chew gum and laugh. But I still wonder, what the hell was she doing back there with them red gloves, climbing up his backside? Oh. Wow.
He wasn't expecting whatever she did.
Yeah, I know. But, I mean, when she came up, I was like, let me look at her face real good. It looked like she was eating a Hershey's bar. Oh, God.
Mischievous.
Very much so.
She grabbed something.
Right.
You know what? Let me get off this phone.
I will keep you up all night. Just like Rory already said. He says 30 minutes will turn into 3 hours with me.
Almost 2 hours. Yeah. Yeah.
Queen Nefertiti would be like, wait a second, I didn't talk that long. Let me hear what it sounds like toward the end. Chewing gum. What the
heck happened here? Yeah, she's gonna be like, "What the heck? You put me off the phone for this?"
Chewing gum. Taking teeth out.
Stayed on.
Right.
I could have stayed on and had some fun with you guys.
Probably could have added a story in or two. You never know.
Exactly. Well.
Yes, indeed.
Guys,
but it's been nice. Yes. Thank you so much for playing with the music.
Thanks for hanging with us.
Yes.
This was awesome.
Mr. Heru, I will call you for a few minutes. I'm a little tired. but I will call you because I've been promising to call him for like months and haven't done it. You know how we go hard, and that's what it is. And there's a lot more to do, more than just the video. Sitting down and talking, that's the easy part. But the other stuff behind it, people don't know. You know what I mean? But no, it's all right. It's good. And I want to thank everybody for understanding. Seriously. You know what I mean?
Right.
Sister Ella, it's been nice.
Yes, sir.
And, you know, I might drop you a short one for a few minutes, you know, after I speak to Mr. Haru. And I'm going to hit the sack so I can get up and speak to the mother of the Matrix, the creator and owner of the Matrix. And she's going to speak about 5G. She's going to speak about the coronavirus. She's going to speak about George Floyd. And she's going to tie it all in a very unique way. She was blowing my mind. I had to say, listen, don't say anymore. I want to hear it fresh when we get on the show. I was like, whoa. She threw me a tidbit, and I was happy to get that. I was like, man. So anyway.
want more.
Exactly.
Yes.
That's right.
Well, yes.
So going to get some sleep, y'all.
Congratulations again.
It's a celebration for us all. It's a collective effort.
Yes.
You know, for everybody who shared the links and just everything. You know, I mean, I'll admit I'm a little worn down right now, but it's that feeling of being high. Like when we're all talking, we're all in the chat room, we're having fun and real. You know, I went over there, made a little pee and came back. Y'all understood. I don't try to front with anything.
You know you got to go, but you don't want to leave.
Exactly.
I know the feeling.
Exactly. And you can go further when you're home. You know, like when you're somewhere walking down the street and you're talking, it's, I got to get home, but you're already home. So that makes it worse.
Right.
All right,
Absolutely.
everybody.
Listen, good night, guys.
Yes,
good night.
Definitely.
Thank
all
you.
Right?
Thank you very much. All righty, take care.
Take care.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Shut See what I'm saying?
Everybody's in fear, though.
That's what I'm saying. So it's a strictly a place of fear that we're operating from. And the fact is that we're not gonna get out of that place. And even sometimes when I speak, and some people will look at me and say, "Man, you gotta be careful of what you say." And I tell people, please do not tell me to be careful in what I have to say. I am not afraid to speak. I am not afraid because, look, I am here to do work. The fact is that when I go to my job, I don't just stand there and look at my job and hoping that it get done in some other way. So the job that I'm here to do, I am doing. I don't want anybody to sit and say, "Oh man, I'm worried about this." Don't worry about me. I don't want people to go around and worry, when is white supremacy going to get him? These are the things that they want you to think. These are the places that they want to put you in.
paralyzes.
You see what I'm saying is, that's why we don't do nothing. We see our sisters being beaten down in the street as a strong black man, and we stand here and we look, and all we can do is take up our phone and videotape it. And what happened after that? You see what I'm saying? We see these things, and yet we are paralyzed by them. But the fact is that, here's where the danger comes in. The danger comes in because I will look at you, okay? I'll give you a scenario. Here's a white guy over here. He's got a lot of food, even food that he's just wasting. And you have a gun, but you ain't going over there to rob him. But here is it that me or you who live right next to him, who hardly can find enough to eat and feed the family, that's who he's coming to kill. So what does that say to you now? You see, this is so much self-hate. It is so much self-hate that is within you or me that is going to destroy the other person who look like you or me. And the food, all the food is over there. But you won't cross that line to go and get the food that you need. You're gonna cross the line to take away what this other person hardly even have. Because you hate yourself so much that you figure if you destroy yourself, then it's good for the, you know, I don't have to worry about this God that's living over there, because the God ain't gonna give me no food. And if you don't volunteer to give me no food, I'm not gonna go over there to take it. That's what I'm saying. So that's the place that we live. That's the place that we live. And so we have to stop feeding into this narrative where we are living in such fear that when a brother starts to speak truth to power, we're ready to say, oh man, hush, hush, hush. I don't want the prisoner to come in and get you next or to get me. So be quiet, you know, see, just don't say anything. Be careful what you say. And that's where we live. That's a very dangerous place to live. It is. But the fact is that we can't see that because we're so caught up. We're so caught up, and we are hoping that we just wake up one day and everything magically change. And that is the thing where all of our people, a great deal of our people, is waiting for this magical person to come out of the sky and fix everything for them. That's what I'm saying. It is no magical person that is going to fix it for you. When you have a problem in your house, you must be the one to fix it. You see, what I'm saying is, I'm dealing from a place of logic. I'm not dealing from a place of imagination. Because a lot of us, we're dealing from a place of imagination. And that's where the problem comes in.
Why are we called Negroes? Why are we deaf, dumb, and blind? Why is everybody making progress, yet we seem to be lagging so far behind? Why are we mistreated? Why are we in this condition, stripped of our name, our language, our culture, our God, and our religion? Here in America, all of our religious training has been gotten by the preacher. He has told us of a heaven way up in the sky that we can't enjoy now, but rather after we die. But all of the years that we're living, for us there's nothing but hell, pain, torture, and misgiving. Yet the Bible speaks of a heaven filled with material luxury, which the white man and the preacher has right here, so we see. So, my friend, take it for what it's worth. Your heaven and your hell is right here on this earth. So let's check back into history, which rewards all research and tells us plainly that before the white man gained entry to the East, he was living in the caves of Europe, a ravenous beast, eating juniper roots and eating flesh raw, till God sent Moses to civilize him and teach him the law. Then, following Marco Polo, an explorer, he gained entry into Asia and Africa. From China, he took silk and gunpowder. From India, he took jute, manganese, and rubber. He raped Africa of her diamonds and her gold. From the Mideast, he took barrels of oil untold, raping, robbing, and murdering everything in his path. The whole black world has tasted of the white man's wrath. So, my friend, it's not hard to tell. A white man's heaven is a black man's hell. America, we were living in the East. By the Nile River, we were living in luxury, enjoying freedom, justice, and equality. We wore silken robes and slippers of gold. We were the wealthiest and the wisest people, I'm told. Now we are the poorest of the poor. Nobody wants us at their door. So, my friend, it's easy to tell. White man heaven is black man hell. When the white man came to America, he told the Indian, I am your white brother. He said, red man, I'll treat you the best. Yet and still he pushed the Indian further west with his white woman and firewater. Tricks and lies, he stole America. The original owner of this nation is cooped up on a reservation. So, my friend, it's easy to tell. White man heaven, black man hell. He needed someone to work the land. His back was too weak. He needed you, black man, so he commissioned Sir John Hawkins to commit the world's most grievous sin, to take a man who's born to be free and bring him down to slavery, to sell a man as merchandise, on his body put a price. Oh, my friend, it's easy to tell. White man heaven is a black man hell.